The following report appeared in the Argus News of Saturday the 28th of July, 1883. Truth is said to be stranger than fiction, and certainly the extraordinary murder which took place in Melbourne on Friday morning goes a long way towards verifying the same. A crime has been committed by an unknown assassin within a short distance of the principal streets of this great city, and is surrounded by an impenetrable mystery. Indeed, from the nature of the crime itself, the place where it was committed, and the fact that the assassin has escaped without leaving a trace behind him, it would seem as though the case itself had been taken bodily from one of Gabolier's novels, and that his famous detective Lecoq alone would be able to unravel it. The facts of the matter are simply these. At the hour of 20 minutes to 2 o'clock in the morning, a hansom cab drove up to the police station in Grey Street, St Kilda, and the driver made the startling statement that his cab contained the body of a man who he had reason to believe had been murdered. The cabman, who gave his name as Malcolm Royston, related the following strange story. At the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, he was driving down Collins Street East when he was hailed by a gentleman standing at the corner by the Scotch Church. He immediately stopped and saw that the gentleman was supporting another who appeared to be intoxicated. Both were in evening dress, and the first gentleman wore a short overcoat of a light fawn colour, which was open. This gentleman said, "Look here, cabby, here's some fellow awfully tight, you'd better take him home." Royston asked him if the drunken man was his friend, but this the man denied, saying that he had just picked him up from the footpath, and did not know him from Adam. At this moment the individual in question turned his face up to the light, and the sober gentleman did seem to recognize him, for he recoiled a pace, letting the drunken man fall in a heap on the pavement. Gasping out, "You!" he turned on his heel and walked rapidly away. The intoxicated individual had struggled to his feet and was holding on to the lamp-post, swaying to and fro. "I won't go home," he said. "St Kilda." He then tried to get into the cab, but was too drunk to do so. Royston got down and helped him into the cab. The man fell back into the seat and seemed to drop off to sleep. Royston turned to remount his driving seat and found the first gentleman standing close to his elbow. He said, "I've changed my mind. I will see him home." And he opened the door of the cab, stepped in, and told Royston to drive down to St Kilda. Royston drove as he had been directed, but near the Church of England Grammar School on the St Kilda road, the sober gentleman called out to him to stop, and got out of the cab. "He won't let me take him home," he said, "so I'll just walk back to the city and you can drive him to St Kilda." "What street, sir?" "Grey Street, I fancy, but my friend will direct you when you get to the junction." He then opened the door of the cab and looked in. "Good night, old man," he said, but the other apparently did not answer, for the gentleman shrugged his shoulders and, muttering "sulky brute," closed the door again. He then gave Royston half a sovereign, lit a cigarette, and after making a few remarks about the beauty of the night, walked off quickly in the direction of Melbourne. Royston drove down to the junction, and having stopped there according to his instructions, he asked his fare several times where he was to drive him to. Receiving no response, and thinking that the man was too drunk to answer, he got down from his seat, opened the door of the cab, and found him lying back in the corner with a handkerchief tied tightly across his mouth. Royston put out his hand with the intention of rousing him, thinking that he had gone to sleep, but on touching him, the deceased fell forward, and on examination, to his horror, the cabman found that he was quite dead. The deceased is a slender man of medium height with a dark complexion. There were no papers or cards found on the body from which his name could be discovered, and his clothing was not marked in any way. The handkerchief, however, which was tied across his mouth, was of white silk and marked in one of the corners with the letters O.W. in red silk. The assassin, of course, may have used his own handkerchief to commit the crime, so if the initials are those of his name, they may ultimately lead to his detection. It is of the utmost importance that the mystery should be cleared up, not only in the interests of justice, but also in those of the public, taking place as it did in a public conveyance and in the public street. To think that the author of such a crime is at present at large, walking in our midst, and perhaps preparing for the committal of another, is enough to shake the strongest nerves. In one of Du Boisgobey's stories, entitled An Omnibus Mystery, a murder closely resembling this tragedy takes place in an omnibus. But we question if even that famous author would have been daring enough to write about a crime being committed in such an unlikely place as a hansom cab. Here is a great chance for some of our detectives to render themselves famous, and we feel sure that they will do their utmost to trace the author of this cowardly and dastardly murder. The inquest on the deceased, the following articles taken from the body were placed on the table: £2 10 in gold and silver, the white silk handkerchief, a cigarette case half filled with old Judge cigarettes, and a left-hand white glove of kid leather with black seams down the back. Inspector Samuel Gorby of the Detective Office was present in order to see if anything might be said by the witnesses likely to point to the cause or to the author of the crime. The first witness called was Malcolm Royston, in whose cab the crime had been committed. He told the same story as had already appeared in the Argus, and was then questioned by the coroner. "Can you give a description of the gentleman in the light coat who was holding the deceased when you drove up?" "He was fair, I think, because I could see his moustache and rather tall. I could not see his face very plainly, as he wore a soft felt hat pulled down over his eyes." "Did you hear any sounds of fighting or struggling in the cab during the drive?" "No. The road was rather rough, and the noise of the wheels going over the stones would have prevented my hearing anything." "When the gentleman in the light coat got out, did he appear disturbed?" "No, he was perfectly calm." "Were his clothes torn or disarranged in any way?" "No. The only difference I remarked in him was that his coat was buttoned." "And was it open when he got in?" "No, but it was when he was holding up the deceased." "Did you notice any striking peculiarity about him?" "Well, no, except that he wore a diamond ring." "What was there peculiar about that?" "He wore it on the forefinger of the right hand. I never saw it that way before." At the conclusion of Royston's evidence, during which Inspector Gorby had been continually taking notes, Dr. Robert Chinston was called. He deposed, "I made a post-mortem examination of the deceased. Externally, the body was healthy-looking and well-nourished. There were no marks of violence. The handkerchief, which was tied lightly over the mouth, was saturated with chloroform, and I am of the opinion that the deceased died from the inhalation of that vapour. There was a fatty degeneration of the heart, which would have had a decided tendency to accelerate the fatal result." Dr. Chinston was then permitted to retire, and Clement Rankin, another cabman, was called. He deposed, "I drive a hansom cab. Thursday last, about 1:30, at a short distance past the grammar school, I was hailed by a gentleman in a light coat smoking a cigarette. He told me to drive him to Powlett Street, East Melbourne. I did so, and he got out at the corner of Wellington Parade and Powlett Street. He paid me half a sovereign for my fare, and then walked up Powlett Street while I drove back to town." "What time was it when you stopped at Powlett Street?" 2:00 exactly. I heard the post office clock strike 2:00. Did you notice anything peculiar about the man in the light coat?" "No, he looked just the same as anyone else. I thought he was some swell out for a lark. His hat was pulled down over his eyes, and I couldn't see his face." "Did you notice if he wore a ring?" "Yes, I did. When he was handing me the half-sovereign, I saw he had a diamond ring on the forefinger of his right hand." The jury retired at 4:00, and after an absence of a quarter of an hour, returned with the following verdict: that the deceased, whose name there is no evidence to determine, died on the 27th day of July from the effects of poison, namely chloroform, feloniously administered by some person unknown, and the jury on their oaths say that the said unknown person feloniously, wilfully, and maliciously did murder the said deceased. £100 reward. Notice is hereby given that a reward of £100 will be paid by the government for such information as will lead to the conviction of the murderer, who is presumed to be the man who entered the hansom cab with the deceased. £100 reward. Well, said Mr. Samuel Gorby, addressing his reflection in the looking-glass, I've been finding out things these last 20 years, but this is a puzzler and no mistake. Mr. Gorby was shaving, and, as was his usual custom, conversed with his reflection. Being a detective and of an extremely reticent disposition, he never talked outside about his business or made a confidant of anyone. When he did want to unbosom himself, he retired to his bedroom and talked to his reflection in the mirror. He made his mirror his confidant, and so far it had never betrayed him, while for the rest it joyed him to see his own jolly red face nodding gravely at him from out the shining surface, like a mandarin. This morning the detective was unusually animated in his confidences to his mirror. At times, too, a puzzled expression would pass over his face. The hansom cab murder had been placed in his hands for solution, and he was trying to think how he should make a beginning. "Hang it," he said, thoughtfully stropping his razor. "A thing with an end must have a start, and if I don't get the start, how am I to get the end? Here's a man, well, say a gentleman, who gets drunk, and therefore don't know what he's up to. Another gent who is on the square comes up and sings out for a cab for him. First he says he don't know him, and then he shows plainly he does. He walks away in a temper, changes his mind, comes back and gets into the cab. Then he polishes the drunk one off with chloroform, gets out of the cab, and vanishes. Well, that's the riddle I've got to find out, and I don't think the Sphinx ever had a harder one. There are 3 things to be discovered. First, who is the dead man? Second, what was he killed for? And third, who did it? Once I get hold of the first, the other 2 won't be very hard to find out, for one can tell pretty well from a man's life whether it's to anyone's interest that he should be got off the books. The man that murdered that chap must have had some strong motive, and I must find out what that motive was. Love? Nah, it wasn't that. Men in love don't go to such lengths in real life. They do in novels and plays, but I've never seen it occurring in my experience. Robbery? No. There was plenty of money left in the dead man's pocket. Revenge? Ah, really, it might be that. It's the kind of thing that carries most people further than they want to go. By the way, I don't think I examined his clothes sufficiently. There might be something about them to give a clue. I'll start with his clothes. So Mr. Gorby, having dressed and breakfasted, walked quickly to the police station, where he asked for the clothes of the deceased to be shown to him. When he received them, he retired into a corner and commenced an exhaustive examination. There was nothing remarkable about the jacket, so with a grunt of dissatisfaction, Mr. Gorby threw it aside and picked up the waistcoat. Here he found something to interest him, in the shape of a pocket made on the left-hand side and on the inside of the garment. Now, what the deuce is this for? It ain't usual for a dress waistcoat to have a pocket on its inside, as I'm aware of. And this ain't tailor's work. He did it himself. And jolly badly he did it too. Now, he must have taken the trouble to make this pocket himself so that no one else would know anything about it. And it was made to hold something valuable, so valuable that he had to carry it with him even when he wore evening clothes. Ah, here's a tear on the side. Something has been pulled out roughly. Now I begin to see now. The dead man possessed something which the other man wanted, and which he knew the dead one carried about with him. He sees him drunk, gets into the cab with him, and tries to get what he wants. The dead man resists, upon which the other kills him, snatches what he wants out of the pocket so quickly that he tears it, and then makes off. The question is, what was it the assassin wanted? A case with jewels? No, it could not have been anything so bulky. It was something flat, which could easily lie in the pocket. A paper, some valuable document. Mr. Gorby threw down the waistcoat. That's all very well, but I've found number 2 before number 1. The first question is, who is the murdered man? He's a stranger in Melbourne, that's pretty clear, or else someone would have been sure to recognise him by the description given in the newspapers. He can't have lived in a hotel, as the landlord of any hotel would have recognised him from the description, especially when the whole city is ringing with the murder. Private lodgings, more like, and a landlady who doesn't read the papers and doesn't gossip, or she'd have known all about it by this time. Now, if he suddenly disappeared, his landlady would naturally have wanted to make inquiries. But if he was a stranger, she wouldn't have known where to inquire. So, the most natural thing for her to do would be to advertise for him. I'll have a look at the newspapers. Mr. Gorby got a file of the different newspapers and looked carefully through those columns in which missing friends and people who will hear something to their advantage are generally advertised for. In Friday's issue, exactly 1 week after the murder, Mr. Gorby suddenly came upon the following advertisement. If Mr. Oliver White does not return to Possum Villa, Grey Street, St. Kilda, before the end of the week, his rooms will be let again. Rubina Hamilton. Oliver White, repeated Mr. Gorby slowly. And the initials on the pocket handkerchief were O.W. So his name is Oliver White, is it? Now, I wonder if Rubina Hamilton knows anything about this matter. Well, as I'm fond of sea breezes, I think I'll go down and call at Possum Villa, Grey Street, St. Kilda. Mrs. Rubina Hamilton was a lady with a grievance, as anybody who happened to become acquainted with her soon found out. It is Beaconsfield who says in one of his novels that no one is so interesting as when he is talking about himself, and judging Mrs. Hamilton by this statement, she was an extremely fascinating individual. Mrs. Hamilton's particular grievance was want of money, since owing to a bad husband she had failed to save any. The late Mr. Hamilton, for he had long since departed this life, had been addicted to alcohol, and at those times when he should have been earning, he was usually to be found in a drinking shanty, spending his wife's earnings in shouting for himself and his friends. The constant drinking and the hot Victorian climate had soon carried him off. Small wonder, then, that Mrs. Hamilton should condense all her knowledge of the male sex into the one bitter aphorism, "Men is brutes." Even the richest and most fashionable of suburbs must, perforce, have its less pretentious areas, and Melbourne's St. Kilda obediently followed this rule of nature. Possum Villa was no luxurious seafront mansion, but a homely-looking place with one bow window. It was surrounded by a small garden, in which were a few sparse flowers, the especial delight of Mrs. Hamilton. It was her way to tie an old handkerchief round her head and to go out into the garden and dig and water her beloved flowers until, from sheer desperation at the overwhelming odds, they gave up all attempt to grow. She was engaged in this favourite occupation about a week after her lodger had gone. She wondered where he was. "Lying drunk in a public house, I'll be bound," she said, viciously pulling up a weed. "A spending his rent on beer. Many brutes, drat 'em." Just as she said this, a shadow fell across the garden, and on looking up, she saw a man leaning over the fence, staring at her. "You're taking a plan of the house to rob it, are you?" she said. "Well, you needn't, 'cause there ain't nothing to rob. The silver spoons has belonged to me father's mother, having gone down my husband's throat long ago, and I ain't had money to buy more. I'll thank you to leave the fence I bought with me own hard-earned money alone and get out." "Does Mr. Oliver White live here?" asked the stranger. "He do and he don't," answered Mrs. Hamilton epigrammatically. "I ain't seen him for over a week, so I suppose he's gone on the drink, like the rest of them. I'll put something in the paper as'll pull him up pretty sharp, and let him know I ain't a carpet to be trod on, and if you're a friend of his, you can tell him from me he's a brook, and it's no more but what I expected of him being a male." The man waited placidly during this outburst, and Mrs. Hamilton having stopped for want of breath, he interposed quietly, "What is he like?" "Not very tall, dark face, no whiskers or moustache. He told me just come from England." "A stranger, and fits the description. The very man," said Gorby to himself. "I'm on the right path. Can I speak to you for a few moments?" Mrs. Hamilton walked to the gate and opened it with a jerk. "Use your legs and walk in," she said, and the stranger having done so, she led the way into the house and into a small, neat sitting-room which seemed to overflow with antimacassars, wool mats, and wax flowers. There were also a row of emu eggs on the mantelpiece, a cutlass on the wall, and a grimy line of hard-looking little books set in a stiff row on a shelf, presumably for ornament, for their appearance in no way tempted one to read them. The furniture was of horsehair, and everything was hard and shiny. So when the stranger sat down in the slippery-looking armchair that Mrs. Hamilton pushed towards him, he could not help thinking it had been stuffed with stones. The lady herself sat opposite to him in another hard chair, and having taken the handkerchief off her head, folded it carefully, laid it on her lap, and then looked straight at her unexpected visitor. "Now then, who are you, what are you, and what do you want?" The stranger placed his hat on the table and answered deliberately, "My name is Gorby. I am a detective. I want Mr. Oliver White." "He ain't here." "I know that." "Then where is he?" Mr. Gorby answered abruptly and watched the effect of his words. "He is dead." Mrs. Hamilton grew pale and pushed back her chair. "No," she cried. "He never killed him, did he?" "Who never killed him?" Mrs. Hamilton did not answer, but rising from her seat went over to a hard and shiny-looking sideboard, from whence she took a bottle of brandy and a small wine-glass. Half filling the glass, she drank it off. "I don't take much of that stuff," she said, seeing the detective's eyes fixed curiously on her. "But you've given me such a turn, I must take something to steady me nerves. What do you want me to do?" "Tell me all you know," said Mr. Gorby, keeping his eyes fixed on her face. Mrs. Hamilton drew a deep breath. "Where's Mr. White killed?" "He was murdered in a hansom cab on the St. Kilda Road." "In the open street?" "Yes, in the open street." "Oh." She closed her mouth firmly. Mr. Gorby said nothing. He saw that she was deliberating whether or not to speak, and a word from him might seal her lips. So, like a wise man, he kept silent. He obtained his reward sooner than he expected. Mrs. Hamilton shivered slightly, though the room was quite warm. "I'll tell you all I know. Mr. Oliver White took the rooms 2 months ago. He was quite the gentleman. He told me he was going to marry an heiress." "Did he indeed?" "He took the rooms, and said he'd stay with me for 6 months and paid a week's rent in advance, and he always paid up regular like a respectable man, though I don't believe in him myself. He said he'd lots of friends, and used to go out every night." "Who were his friends?" "That I can't tell you, for he were very close. He had only one friend as I ever saw, a Mr. Morland, who comed here with him, and was always with him, brother-like." "What sort of a man is Mr. Morland?" "Good-looking enough, but his habits weren't as good as his face, and handsome is as handsome does, is what I say." "Where is Mr. Morland to be found?" "Not knowing, can't tell. He used to be here regular, but I ain't seen him for over a week." "Strange. Very," said Gorby, shaking his head. "I should like to see this Mr. Morland. I suppose it's probable he'll call again?" "Suppose he will. Mostly called at night." "Ah, then I'll come down this evening on chance of seeing him. Coincidences happen in real life as well as in novels. Now, what else about Mr. White?" About 2 weeks ago, or 3, not certain which, a gentleman called to see him. He was very tall and wore evening dress with a light coat over it and a soft hat. "The very man," said the detective below his breath. "Go on." "He went into Mr. White's room and shut the door. I don't know how long they were talking together, but I was sitting in this very room and heard their voices get angry, and they were a-swearing at one another, which is the way with men, the brutes. I got up and went into the passage to ask them not to make such a noise when Mr. White's door opens and a gentleman in the coat comes out and bangs along to the front door. Mr. White comes to the door of his room and he hollers out, 'She is mine, you can't do anything.' The other turns and says, 'I can kill you if you marry her. I'll do it even in the open street.'" "Oh," said Mr. Gorby. "And then?" "Then the man in the coat bangs the door to, which it's never shut easy since I ain't got no money to get it put right, and Mr. White walks back to his room, laughing." "And what was the stranger's name?" "That I don't know, as Mr. White never told me. He was very tall, with a fair moustache." Mr. Gorby was satisfied. "That is the man," he said to himself, "who got into the hansom cab and murdered White, there's no doubt of it. White and he were rivals for the heiress." "What do you think of it?" said Mrs. Hamilton curiously. "I think," said Mr. Gorby slowly, with his eyes fixed on her, "I think that there is a woman at the bottom of this crime." No doubt remained in Mr. Samuel Gorby's mind. The gentleman in the light fawn coat had threatened to murder Oliver White, and there was no question that he had carried out his threat. What the detective had now to do was to find who the gentleman in the light fawn coat was. There was only one person who, in Mr. Gorby's opinion, could tell his name, and that was Morland, the intimate friend of the dead man. They appeared, from the landlady's description, to have been so friendly that it was more than likely White would have told Morland all about his angry visitor. Besides, Morland's knowledge of his dead friend's life and habits might be able to supply information on 2 points, namely, who was most likely to gain by White's death, and who the heiress was that the deceased boasted he would marry. But the fact that Morland should be ignorant of his friend's tragic death, notwithstanding that the papers were full of it and gave an excellent description of his personal appearance, greatly puzzled Gorby. The only way in which to account for Morland's extraordinary silence was that he was out of town, and had neither seen the papers nor heard anyone talking about the murder. If this were the case, he might either stay away for an indefinite time, or return after a few days. It was worthwhile going down to St. Kilda in the evening, on the chance that Morland might have returned to town and would call at White's lodgings to see his friend. So, after his tea, Mr. Gorby put on his hat and went down to Possum Villa, on what he could not help acknowledging to himself was a very slender possibility. Mrs. Hamilton opened the door for Gorby, and in silence led the way not into her own sitting-room, but into a much more luxuriously furnished apartment which Gorby guessed immediately had been White's. He looked keenly round the room, and his estimate of the dead man's character was formed at once. "Fast," he said to himself, "and a spendthrift. A man who would have his friends, and possibly his enemies, among a very shady lot of people." Mr. Gorby put his hands in his capacious pockets and strolled leisurely through the room, examining everything with a curious eye. The walls were covered with pictures of celebrated horses and famous jockeys. Alternating with these were photographs of ladies of the stage, mostly London actresses and burlesque stars, evidently being the objects of the late Mr. White's adoration. "Fond of the ladies, I see," said Mr. Gorby, nodding his head towards the mantelpiece. "A set of hussies," said Mrs. Hamilton grimly, closing her lips tightly. "I feel that ashamed when I dusts them as never was. I don't believe in gals getting their pictures taken with hardly any clothes on, as if they just got out of bed. But Mr. White seems to like 'em." "Most young men do," answered Mr. Gorby dryly. "Brutes. I'd drown 'em in a yarra, I would. a-setting themselves and a-calling themselves lords of creation, as if women were made for nothing but to earn money and to see them drink it as my husband did, which his inside never seemed to have enough beer, and me a poor lone woman with no family, thank God, or they'd have taken out of their father in his drinking habits." Mr. Gorby took no notice, but stood looking at Mr. White's library, which seemed to consist mostly of French novels and sporting newspapers. "Zola," he said thoughtfully, taking down a flimsy yellow book, rather tattered. "I've heard of him. If his novels are as bad as his reputation, I shouldn't care to read 'em." Here a knock came at the front door, loud and decisive. On hearing it, Mrs. Hamilton sprang hastily to her feet. "That may be Mr. Morland," she said, as the detective quickly replaced Zola in the bookcase. "I never have visitors in the evening, being a lone widow, and if it is him, I'll bring him in here." She went out, and presently Gorby, who was listening intently, heard a man's voice ask if Mr. White was at home. "No, sir, he ain't," answered the landlady. "But there's a gentleman in his room asking after him. Why you come in, sir?" "For a rest, yes," returned the visitor, and immediately afterwards Mrs. Hamilton appeared, ushering in the late Oliver White's most intimate friend. He was a tall, slender man, with a pink and white complexion, curly fair hair, and a drooping straw-coloured moustache, altogether a strikingly aristocratic individual. He was well dressed in a suit of check, and had a cool, nonchalant air about him. "And where is Mr. White tonight?" he asked, sinking into a chair, and taking no more notice of Gorby than if he had been an article of furniture. "Haven't you seen him lately?" asked the detective. Mr. Morland stared in an insolent manner at his questioner for a few moments, as if he were debating the advisability of answering or not. At last he apparently decided that he would, for slowly pulling off one glove, he leant back in his chair. "No, I have not. I have been up the country for a few days and arrived back only this evening, so I have not seen him for over a week. Why do you ask?" The detective did not answer, but stood looking at the young man before him in a thoughtful manner. "I didn't know that White had started a lunatic asylum during my absence. Who are you?" "My name is Gorby, sir, and I am a detective." "Ah, indeed. What has White been doing? Running away with someone's wife, eh?" Gorby shook his head. "What then?" "Nothing can surprise me, I assure you. He was always an erratic individual." "He paid regular," interrupted Mrs. Hamilton, pursing up her lips. "A most enviable reputation to possess, and one I'm afraid I'll never enjoy. Then why all this questioning about White? What's the matter with him?" "He's dead." All Morland's nonchalance vanished on hearing this, and he started up from his chair. "Dead? What do you mean?" "I mean that Mr. Oliver White was murdered in a hansom cab." Morland stared at the detective in a puzzled sort of way and passed his hand across his forehead. "Excuse me, my head is in a whirl," he said as he sat down again. "White murdered? Poor fellow, poor fellow, poor fellow." And much overcome, he buried his face in his hands. Mr. Gorby was touched by this evident distress, and even Mrs. Hamilton permitted a small tear to roll down one hard cheek as a tribute of sorrow and sympathy. Presently Morland spoke. "Tell me all about it." The detective related all that he knew concerning White's murder. When it was done, the dead man's friend lifted up his head and looked sadly at the detective. "If I had been in town," he said, "this would not have happened, for I was always beside White." "You knew him very well, sir?" "We were like brothers. I came out from England in the same steamer with him and used to visit him constantly here." Mrs. Hamilton nodded her head to imply that such was the case. "In fact, I believe I was with him on the night he was murdered." Mrs. Hamilton gave a slight scream and threw her apron over her face, but the detective sat unmoved, though Morland's last remark had startled him considerably. "At what time did you meet White on that Thursday night?" "Let me see. It was about 9:30. I was in the Orient Hotel in Burke Street. We had a drink together, and then went up the street to an hotel in Russell Street where we had another. In fact, we had several other drinks." "Brutes," muttered Mrs. Hableton below her breath. "It's hardly the thing to confess it, but in a case like this I feel it my duty to throw all social scruples aside. We both became very drunk." "And what happened then?" "I fancied White left the hotel some minutes before 1 o'clock on Friday morning." "But what did you do?" "He had left his overcoat behind him, and I picked it up and followed him to return it. I was too drunk to see in which direction he'd gone, so I stood leaning against the hotel door in Burke Street with the coat in my hand. And then someone came up, snatched the coat from me, and made off with it. The last thing I remember was shouting out, 'Stop, thief!' and then I must have fallen down. For next morning I was in bed with all my clothes on, and they were very muddy. I got up and left town for the country by the 6:30 train, so I knew nothing about the matter until I came back to Melbourne tonight. That's all I know." "What was your impression of White that night?" "He was in pretty good spirits, though he was put out at first." "What was the cause of his being put out?" Morland arose and, going to a side table, brought White's photograph album, which he laid before the detective and opened in silence. The contents were very much the same as the photographs in the room, with burlesque actresses and ladies of the ballet predominating, but Mr. Morland turned over the pages till nearly the end. But he stopped and pushed the album towards Mr. Gorby. "That was the cause," he said. It was the portrait of a charmingly pretty girl, dressed in white, with a sailor hat on her fair hair, and holding a lawn tennis racket. She was bending half forward with a winning smile, and in the background bloomed a mass of tropical plants. Mrs. Hableton uttered a cry of surprise at seeing this. "Why, it's Miss Frettlby," she said. "How did you know her?" "Knew her father, letter of introduction and all that sort of thing." "Ah, indeed," said Mr. Gorby slowly. "So Mr. White knew Mark Frettlby, the wool millionaire. But how did he obtain a photograph of the daughter?" "She gave it to him," said Morland. "The fact is, White was very much in love with Miss Madge Frettlby." "And she—" "Was in love with someone else." "Exactly. Yes, she loves a Mr. Brian Fitzgerald. They're now engaged. White and he used to quarrel desperately over the young lady. Fitzgerald's from Ireland, I believe." "Indeed. Do you know him?" "Oh dear, no. White's friends were not mine. He was a rich young man who had good introductions. I'm only a poor devil on the outskirts of society, trying to push my way in the world." "Are you acquainted with Mr. Fitzgerald's personal appearance?" "Oh yes, I can describe that. In fact, he's not at all unlike me, which I take to be rather a compliment, as he's said to be good-looking. He is tall, rather fair, talks in a bored sort of manner, and is altogether what one would call a heavy swell. This good lady must have seen him. White told me he was here 3 or 4 weeks ago." "Oh, that was Mr. Fitzgerald, was it?" said Mrs. Hableton in surprise. "Yes, he's rather like you. So the lady they quarrelled over must have been Miss Frettlby." "Very likely," said Morland, rising. "Well, I'm off. Here's my address," putting a card in Gorby's hand. "I'm glad to be of any use to you in this matter, as White was my dearest friend. I'll do all in my power to help you to find out the murderer." "I don't think that will be a very difficult matter," said Mr. Gorby. "The old Greek legend of Midas turning everything he touched into gold is truer than most people imagine. Indeed, we of the 19th century still believe in this power of transformation, and in fact may observe it in action. We call it luck. And he who possesses luck should be happy. Worldly wealth, domestic contentment, high position, and complete success, all these things belong to the man who has luck. Mark Frettlby was one of these fortunate individuals, and his luck was proverbial throughout Australia. He had come out in the early days of the colony with comparatively little money, but his great perseverance and never-failing luck had soon changed his hundreds into thousands, and now, at the age of 55, he did not himself know the extent of his income. He had large sheep stations scattered all over the colony of Victoria. a charming country house where at certain seasons of the year he dispensed hospitality to his friends, and a magnificent townhouse down in the wealthy and fashionable Melbourne suburb of St Kilda, which would not have been unworthy of Park Lane. Nor were his domestic relations less happy. He had a charming wife and an equally charming daughter who, being both pretty and an heiress, naturally attracted crowds of suitors. But Madge Frettlby was capricious and refused innumerable offers. Being an extremely independent young person with a mind of her own, she decided to remain single, as she had not yet seen anyone she could love. And so, with her mother, she continued to dispense the hospitality of the mansion at St Kilda. But the fairy prince comes at length to every woman, and in this instance he came at his appointed time in the person of Mr. Brian Fitzgerald, that tall, handsome, fair-haired young man hailing from Ireland. He had left behind him in the old country a ruined castle and a few acres of barren land inhabited by discontented tenants who refused to pay the rent and talked darkly about the Land League and other agreeable things. Under these circumstances, with no money coming in and no prospect of doing anything in the future, Brian had left the castle of his forefathers to the rats and the family banshee, and had come out to Australia to make his fortune. He brought letters of introduction to Mark Frettlby, and that gentleman, taking a fancy to him, assisted him by every means in his power. Under Frettlby's advice, Brian bought a sheep station, and to his astonishment, in a few years, he found himself growing rich. The Fitzgeralds had always been more famous for spending than for saving, and it was an agreeable surprise to their latest representative to find the money rolling in instead of out. He began to indulge in castles in the air concerning that other castle back in Ireland. In his mind's eye he saw the old place rise up in all its pristine splendour from out its ruins, and he naturally thought of giving it a mistress. Brian Fitzgerald had fallen in love with Madge Frettlby, and having decided in his own mind that she and none other was fitted to grace the visionary halls of his renovated castle, he declared himself. She, womanlike, coquetted with him for some time, but at last confessed in a low voice, with a pretty smile on her face, that she could not live without him. Brian hunted all over the jewellers' shops in Melbourne with lover-like assiduity, and having obtained a ring wherein were set turquoise stones as blue as his own eyes, he placed it on his lover's slender finger, and at last felt that his engagement was an accomplished fact. He had just screwed up his courage for the awful ordeal of speaking to his intended's father, when something occurred which postponed the interview. Mrs. Frettlby was out driving, and the horses took fright and bolted. The coachman and groom both escaped unhurt, but Mrs. Frettlby was thrown out and killed instantly. This was the first really great trouble which had fallen on Mark Frettlby, and he seemed stunned by it. Shutting himself up in his room, he refused to see anyone, even his daughter, and appeared at the funeral with a white and haggard face which shocked everyone. When everything was over and the body of the late Mrs. Frettlby was consigned to the earth with all the pomp and ceremony which money could give, the bereaved husband rode home and resumed his old life. That he was never the same again. His face, which had always been so genial and so bright, became stern and sad. He seldom smiled, and when he did, it was a faint, wintry smile which seemed mechanical. His whole interest in life was centred in his daughter. She became the sole mistress of the St Kilda mansion, and her father idolized her. She was apparently the one thing left to him which gave him a pleasure in existence. In truth, had it not been for her bright presence, Mark Frettlby would fain have been lying beside his dead wife in the quiet graveyard. After a time, Brian again resolved to ask Mr. Frettlby for the hand of his daughter. But for the second time, fate interposed. A rival suitor made his appearance, and Brian's hot Irish temper rose in anger at him. Mr. Oliver White had come out from England a few months previously, bringing with him a letter of introduction to Mr. Frettlby, who received him hospitably, as was his custom. Taking advantage of this, White lost no time in making himself perfectly at home in the St Kilda mansion. From the outset, Brian took a dislike to the newcomer, and Madge shared his revulsion. On his part, Mr. White affected not to notice the coldness of Madge's reception of him. On the contrary, he began to pay her the most marked attentions, and at length asked her to be his wife. And, notwithstanding her prompt refusal, he spoke to her father on the subject. Much to the astonishment of his daughter, Mr. Frettlby not only consented to White paying his addresses to Madge, but gave that young lady to understand that he wished her to consider the Englishman's proposals favourably. In spite of all Madge could say, her father refused to alter his decision, and White, feeling himself safe, began to treat Brian with an insolence which was highly galling to Fitzgerald's proud nature. Eventually, as Mr. Gorby had discovered, Fitzgerald had called on White at his lodgings, and after a violent quarrel, had left the house, vowing to kill him should he marry Madge Frettlby. That same night, Fitzgerald finally had his interview with Mr. Frettlby. He confessed that he loved Madge and that his love was returned, so when Madge added her entreaties to Brian's, Mr. Frettlby found himself unable to withstand the combined forces and gave his consent to their engagement. When, shortly after this happy event, the news reached White that Madge was engaged to his rival, he swore that he would never enter the Frettlby house again. He little knew how prophetic were his words, for it was on that very night he met his death. About 2 weeks after the announcement of the engagement, Mark Frettlby gave a dinner party in honour of his daughter's birthday. It was a delightful evening. The wide French windows which led onto the veranda were open, letting in a gentle breeze from the ocean, and through the screen of tropical plants the guests could just see the waters of the bay glittering in the pale moonlight. Mark Frettlby was at the head of the table, and he appeared in very good spirits. His stern features were somewhat relaxed, and he drank more wine than usual. The soup had just been removed, when someone who was late entered with apologies and took his seat. Someone, in this case, was Mr. Felix Rolston, one of the best-known young men in Melbourne. He had an income of his own, scribbled a little for the papers, was to be seen at every house of any pretensions, and was always bright, happy, and full of news. For details of any scandal you were safe in applying to Felix Rolston. He knew all that was going on, both at home and abroad. And his knowledge, if not very accurate, was at least extensive, while his conversation was piquant and at times witty. "Ah, Rolston," said Mr. Frettlby, who was looking at him with an amused smile. "What news have you?" Rolston felt he held sensation in his hands. There was nothing he liked better. "Well, do you know," he said, gravely fixing in his eyeglass, "they have found out the name of the fellow who was murdered in the Hansom Cab." "Never!" cried everyone eagerly. "Yes," went on Rolston, "and what's more, you all know him." "It's never White," said Brian in a horrified tone. "Hang you, how did you know?" said Rolston, rather annoyed at being forestalled. "Why, I only just heard it myself." "Oh, easily enough," said Brian, rather confused. "I used to meet White constantly, and as I have not seen him for the last 2 weeks, I thought he might be the victim." "How did they find out?" asked Mr. Frettlby, idly toying with his wineglass. "Oh, one of those detective fellows, you know," answered Felix. "They can find out everything. Awfully exciting, like putting a Chinese puzzle together. Gad, I wouldn't mind being a detective myself." "I'm sorry to hear White's dead," said Frettlby. "He had a letter of introduction to me, and seemed a clever, pushing young fellow." "He was a confounded cad," muttered Felix under his breath, and Brian, who overheard him, seemed inclined to assent. For the rest of the meal, nothing was talked about but the murder and the mystery in which it was shrouded. When the gentlemen later joined the ladies in the drawing-room, one of their number was engaged in playing one of those detestable pieces of the morceau de salon order, in which an unoffending air is taken and variations embroidered on it, till it becomes a perfect agony to distinguish the tune amid the perpetual rattle of quavers and demi-semi-quavers. The melody in this case was Over the Garden Wall, and the young lady was playing the air in the bass with a great deal of power, and that is, the loud pedal was down, and with a perpetual rattle of treble notes trying with all their shrill might to drown the tune. "Gad, it's getting over the garden wall in a hailstorm," said Felix. He strolled over to the piano, for he saw that the musician was Dora Featherweight, an heiress to whom he was then paying attention. When the fair Dora had paralyzed her audience with one final bang and rattle, as if the gentleman going over the wall had tumbled into the cucumber frame, Felix was loud in his expressions of delight. "Such power, you know, Miss Featherweight," he said, sinking into a chair and wondering if any of the piano strings had given way at that last crash. "You put all your heart into it. For all your muscle, too, begad," he added mentally. "It's nothing but practice," answered Miss Featherweight, with a modest blush. "I'm at the piano 4 hours every day." Good heavens, thought Felix, what a time the family must have of it. But he kept this remark to himself, and screwing his eyeglass into his left organ of vision, merely ejaculated, "Oh, a lucky piano." Madge and Brian were in a corner of the room talking over White's death. "I never liked him," she said, "but it is horrible to think of him dying like that." "I don't know. From all I can hear, dying by chloroform is a very easy death." "Death can never be easy, especially to a young man so full of health and spirits as Mr. White was. Madge, I believe you're sorry he's dead." "Aren't you?" "I detested him when he was alive. You can't expect me to regret his end." Madge did not answer him, but glanced quickly at his face, and for the first time it struck her that he looked ill. "What is the matter with you, dear?" she asked, placing her hand on his arm. "You're not looking well." Nothing. I've been a little worried about business lately, that's all. But come, let us go outside, for I see your father has got that girl with the steam-whistle voice to sing." Madge stifled a laugh as she went onto the veranda with Fitzgerald. "What a shame of you," she said. "She's been taught by the best masters." "How I pity them," retorted Brian grimly. Madge did not answer, but leaning lightly over the high rail of the veranda, looked out into the beautiful moonlit night. There were a number of people passing along the esplanade, some of whom stopped and listened to the singing. One man in particular seemed to have a taste for music, for he persistently stared over the fence at the house. Brian and Madge talked of divers subjects, but every time Madge looked up, she saw the man watching the house. "What does that man want, Brian?" "What man?" asked Brian, starting. "Oh, he's taken up with the music, I suppose, that's all." Madge said nothing, but she could not help thinking there was more in it than the music. Presently the singing ceased, and she proposed to go in. "Why?" asked Brian, who was lying back in a comfortable seat smoking a cigarette. "It's nice enough here." Madge smiled. "I must attend to my guests. You stop here and finish your cigarette." And with a gay laugh she flitted into the house. Brian sat and smoked, staring out into the moonlight the while. Yes, the man was certainly watching the house, for he sat on one of the seats and kept his eyes fixed on the brilliantly lighted windows. Brian threw away his cigarette and shivered slightly. "Could anyone have seen me?" he muttered uneasily. Brian Fitzgerald did not feel easy in his mind, and he would have felt still less so had he known that the man he had observed staring at him so closely was Mr. Samuel Gorby, one of the cleverest of the Melbourne detectives. Mr. Gorby had been watching the Frettleby mansion the whole evening. He did not know where Fitzgerald lived and was determined to watch his movements and to trace him home. But his patience had been pretty severely tried, for hour after hour had passed and no one had appeared. Gorby smoked several pipes and watched the people strolling along in the soft silver moonlight. A bevy of girls passed by with their arms round one another's waists. Then a young man and woman, evidently lovers, came walking along. They sat down by Mr. Gorby and looked hard at him to hint that he need not stay. But the detective took no heed of them and kept his eyes steadily upon the great house opposite. Finally the lovers took themselves off with a very bad grace, Then Mr. Gorby had seen Madge and Brian come out onto the veranda, and heard in the stillness of the night a sound weird and unearthly. It was a young lady singing. Eventually he saw Madge go in, shortly followed by Brian. The latter had turned and stared at him for a moment. "Oh," said Gorby to himself as he relit his pipe, "your conscience is a smiting music. Wait a bit, my boy, till I have you in jail." Then at last Brian came down the path with Frettleby at his side and Madge hanging on her father's arm. Frettleby opened the gate and held out his hand. "Good night, Fitzgerald. Come soon again." "Good night, sir." "Good night, Brian, dearest," said Madge, kissing him. "And don't forget tomorrow." Then father and daughter closed the gate, leaving Brian outside, and walked back to the house. "Oh," said Mr. Gorby to himself, "if you only knew what I know, you wouldn't be so precious kind to him." Brian strolled along till he was opposite the Esplanade Hotel. Then he leaned his arms on the fence and, taking off his hat, enjoyed the calm beauty of the hour. The night was perfectly still. Not a breath of wind stirred, for what breeze there had been had long since died away. But Brian could see the white wavelets breaking lightly on the sands. The long, narrow pier ran out like a black thread into the sheet of gleaming silver, and away in the distance the line of the Williamstown lights sparkled like some fairy illumination. Somewhat to the annoyance of Mr. Gorby, who had no eye for the picturesque, Brian gazed at the sky for several minutes, admiring the wonderful beauty of its broken masses of light and shade. At length he turned and walked to the St. Kilda station, for on looking at his watch he had found that he would just have time to catch the last train. He arrived a few minutes before it started. Getting into the smoking carriage at the near end of the platform, he lit a cigarette and, leaning back in his seat, watched the latecomers hurrying for the train. Just as the last bell rang, he saw a man rush along the platform. It was the same man who had been watching him the whole evening. "Damnation," he muttered softly. "I expect he will follow me to East Melbourne and find out where I live. But he shan't if I can help it." As he stepped out onto the platform at the Melbourne station, he looked round apprehensively, as if he half expected to feel a hand upon his shoulder. But he saw no one at all, and with a sigh of relief he left the station. Mr. Gorby, however, was not far away. Brian walked slowly along Flinders Street, apparently deep in thought. He turned up Russell Street and did not stop until he found himself close to the Burke and Wills monument, the exact spot where the cab had pulled up on the night of White's murder. "Oh," said the detective to himself as he stood in the shadow on the opposite side of the street. "You're going to have a look at it, are you?" "I wouldn't if I were you. It's dangerous." Fitzgerald then hailed a hansom. Gorby was rather perplexed at this sudden move, but without delay he hailed another cab and told the driver to follow the first till it stopped. The cab in front kept driving on through an interminable maze of streets until it seemed as though Brian were determined to drive the whole night. At last, though, it stopped, and Gorby saw his quarry alight and dismiss his cabman. He then walked off down the street. "Confound it," said the detective as he got out and paid his fare, which was by no means a light one. "We've come in a circle." Brian then disappeared into the Treasury Gardens. Gorby followed. Passing over the bridge, with the water rippling quietly underneath, Brian left the gardens by the end gate. Then he went along the Wellington Parade and turned up Powlett Street, where he stopped at a house near Cairns Memorial Church, much to Mr. Gorby's relief, who, being like Hamlet, fat and scant of breath, found himself rather exhausted. He kept well in the shadow, however, and saw Fitzgerald give one final look round before he disappeared into the house. Then Mr. Gorby, like a robber captain in Ali Baba, took careful stock of the building and fixed its locality and appearance firmly in his mind. In spite of his long walk and longer drive, Brian did not sleep well that night. He could not help giving a start of surprise when he saw his face reflected in the mirror, old and haggard-looking, with dark circles round the eyes. "A pleasant life I'll have of it if this sort of thing goes on," he said bitterly. "I wish I'd never seen or heard of Oliver White." The change in his appearance did not escape the eye of his landlady. A look of dismay came over her stony little countenance. "Dear me, sir," she chirped out in her shrill voice, "are you took bad?" Brian shook his head. "Want to sleep, that's all, Mrs. Sampson." "Ah, that's because you ain't got enough blood in your head," said Mrs. Sampson wisely, for she had her own ideas on the subject of health. "If you ain't got blood, you ain't got sleep." Brian looked at her as she said this, for there seemed such an obvious want of blood in her own veins that he wondered if she had ever slept in all her life. "I am going down to St. Kilda, Mrs. Sampson," he said, "and I'm going to bring Mr. Frettleby and his daughter to have a cup of afternoon tea here, so you might have some ready." "You have only to ask and to have," answered Mrs. Sampson hospitably. As soon as Fitzgerald had gone, she went over to the window and watched him as he walked slowly down the street, a tall, handsome man of whom any woman would be proud. "What an awful thing you are to think he'll be a corpse some day," she chirped cheerily to herself. "Oh, now, who are you, impertinence?" as a stout man crossed the road and rang the bell. Mr. Gorby had seen Brian go out, and deeming it a good opportunity for inquiry, had lost no time in making a start. "You nearly tore the bell down," said Mrs. Sampson as she presented her thin body and wrinkled face to the view of the detective. "I'm very sorry," answered Gorby. "I'll knock next time. Does Mr. Fitzgerald live here?" "He do," replied Mrs. Sampson, "but he's gone out, and won't be back till the afternoon." "I'm glad he's not in," said Mr. Gorby. "Would you allow me to have a few moments' conversation?" She looked at him with her sharp little eyes, and seeing nothing disreputable about him, led the way upstairs, crackling loudly the whole time. This so astonished Mr. Gorby that he cast about in his own mind for an explanation of the phenomenon. "Wants oiling about the joint," was his conclusion, "but I never heard anything like it. And she looks as if she'd snap in two, she's that brittle." Mrs. Sampson took Gorby into Brian's sitting room, and having closed the door, sat down and prepared to hear what he had to say for himself. "I want to know a few things about Mr. Fitzgerald's habits." "And what for?" "I am an insurance agent, and Mr. Fitzgerald desires to insure his life in our company. I therefore want to find out if he is a good life to insure. Does he live temperately, keep early hours, and in fact all about him?" "I shall be happy to answer any inquiries which may be of use to you, sir." "Is he a temperate man?" "I never saw him the worse for drink. He been always able to use his latchkey and take his boots off before going to bed, which is no more than a woman ought to expect from a lodger, she having to do her own washing." "And he keeps good hours?" "Always in before the clock strikes 12. Mr. Gorby was keenly disappointed at this answer. "Is he always in before 12? Mrs. Sampson eyed him waggishly, and a smile crept over her wrinkled little face. "Young men not been old men," she replied cautiously, "and sinners not been saints. It's not natural as latchkeys should be made for ornament instead of use. And Mr. Fitzgerald being one of the handsomest men in Melbourne, it ain't to be expected as he should let his latchkey get rusty, though, having a good moral character, he uses it with moderation." "But I suppose you are seldom awake when he comes in really late?" said the detective. "Not as a rule," assented Mrs. Sampson. "Been a heavy sleeper and much disposed for bed, but I have heard him coming after 12. Last time been Thursday week." "Oh." Mr. Gorby drew a long breath, for Thursday week was the night upon which the murder was committed. "And the time was?" he asked breathlessly. 5 minutes to 2 o'clock, replied Mrs. Sampson. Mr. Gorby thought for a moment. Cab was hailed at 1 o'clock, started for St. Kilda at about 10 minutes past, reached grammar school, say, at 25 minutes past. Fitzgerald talked 5 minutes to cabman, making it half past, so he waited 10 minutes for another cab to turn up, makes it 20 minutes to. It will take another 20 minutes to get back to East Melbourne and 5 minutes to walk up here. That makes it 5 minutes past 2 instead of before. Confound it. Was your clock in the kitchen right? Well, it does get a little slow sometimes, not having been cleaned for some time, which me never being a watchmaker, I always hands it over to him. Of course. It was slow on that night. He must have come in at 5 minutes past 2, which makes it right. Makes what right? And how do you know my clock was 10 minutes wrong? Oh, it was it? Asked Gorby eagerly. I'm not denying of it, replied Mrs. Sampson. Clocks ain't always to be relied on more than men and women. But it won't be anything again his insurance, will it, as in general he's in before 12? Oh, all that will be quite safe, answered the detective, delighted with the information he had obtained. Here, a ring at the front doorbell called Mrs. Sampson away, so with a hurried word to Gorby she crackled downstairs. Left to himself, Mr. Gorby arose and looked round the room. It was excellently furnished, and the pictures were good. At one end of the room, by the window, there was a writing table covered with papers. "It's no good looking for the document he took out of White's pocket, I suppose," said the detective to himself as he turned over some letters, "as I don't know what it is, and I couldn't tell it if I saw it. But I'd like to find that missing glove and the bottle that held the chloroform, unless he's done away with them. There doesn't seem any sign of them here, so I'll have a look in his bedroom." There was no time to lose, as Mrs. Sampson might return at any moment, so Mr. Gorby walked quickly into the bedroom which opened off the sitting-room. The first thing that caught the detective's eye was a large photograph in a plush frame of Madge Frettlby. It stood on the dressing-table, and was similar to that one which he had already seen in White's album. He took it up with a laugh. "You're a pretty girl, but you give your photograph to two young men, both in love with you and both hot-tempered. The result is that one is dead, and the other won't survive him long. That's what you've done." He put it down again, and looking round the room, caught sight of a light fawn-coloured coat hanging behind the door, and also a soft hat. "Ah," said the detective, going up to the door, "here is the very coat you wore when you killed that poor fella. I wonder what you have in the pockets." And he plunged his hand into them in turn. There were an old theatre programme and a pair of brown gloves in one, but in the second pocket Mr. Gorby made a discovery, none other than that of the missing glove. There it was, a white kid glove for the right hand with black bands down the back. And the detective smiled in a gratified manner as he put it carefully in his pocket. "My morning has not been wasted. I found out that he came in at a time which corresponds to all his movements after 1 o'clock on Thursday night, and this is the missing glove, which clearly belonged to White. If I could only get hold of the chloroform bottle, I'd be satisfied." But the chloroform bottle was not to be found, though he searched most carefully for it. At last, hearing Mrs. Sampson coming upstairs again, he gave up the search and came back to the sitting-room. "Threw it away, I suspect," he said as he sat down in his old place, "but it doesn't matter. I think I can form a chain of evidence from what I have discovered which will be sufficient to convict him. Besides, I expect when he is arrested he will confess everything. He seems to feel remorse for what he has done." "You need not tell Mr. Fitzgerald I've been here," he said to the landlady. "I'll call back later and see him myself." 'Twas a broiling hot day, one of those cloudless days, with the blazing sun beating down on the arid streets and casting deep black shadows, A real Australian December day, dropped by mistake of the clerk of the weather into the middle of August. The previous week having been really chilly, it was all the more welcome. It was Saturday morning, and fashionable Melbourne was doing the block. Collins Street is to the southern city what Bond Street and the Row are to London, and the Boulevard to Paris. It is on the block that people show off their new dresses, bow to their friends, cut their enemies, and chatter small talk. The same thing no doubt occurred in the Appian Way, the fashionable street of imperial Rome, when Catullus talked gay nonsense to Lesbia, and Horace received the congratulations of his friends over his new volume of society verses. History repeats itself, and every city is bound by all the laws of civilization to have one special street wherein the votaries of fashion can congregate. Collins Street is not, of course, such a grand thoroughfare as those above mentioned, but the people who stroll up and down the broad pavement are quite as charmingly dressed and as pleasant as any of the peripatetics of those famous cities. As the sun brings out bright flowers, so the seductive influence of the hot weather had brought out all the ladies in gay dresses of innumerable colours, which made the long street look like a restless rainbow. Carriages were bowling smoothly along, their occupants smiling and bowing as they recognized their friends on the sidewalk. Lawyers, their legal quibbles finished for the week, were strolling leisurely with their black bags in their hands. Portly merchants walked beside their pretty daughters, and the representatives of swelldom were stalking along in their customary apparel of curly-brimmed hats, high collars, and immaculate suits. Madge Frettleby was engaged in that occupation so dear to every female heart, shopping. She was in Mowbray, Rowan, and Hicks, turning over ribbons and laces, while the faithful Brian waited for her outside and amused himself by looking at the human stream which flowed along the pavement. He disliked shopping quite as much as the majority of his sex, and it was difficult to drive away the thoughts of his pleasant club, where he could be reading and smoking, with, perchance, something cooling in a glass beside him. However, after she had purchased a dozen or more articles she did not want, Madge remembered that Brian was waiting for her and hurried to the door. "I haven't been many minutes, have I, dear?" she said, touching him lightly on the arm. "Oh, dear, no," answered Brian, looking at his watch. "Only 30. A mere nothing, considering a new dress was being discussed." "I thought I'd been longer," said Madge, her brow clearing. "But still I'm sure you feel a martyr." "Not at all," replied Fitzgerald, handing her into the carriage. "I enjoyed myself very much." "Nonsense," she laughed, opening her sunshade while Brian took his seat beside her. "James," she cried to the coachman, "drive to the Melbourne Club. Papa will be there, you know," she said to Brian, "and we'll take him off to have tea with us." "But it's only 1 o'clock," said Brian, as the town hall clock came into sight. "Mrs. Sampson won't be ready." "Oh, anything will do," replied Madge. "A cup of tea and some thin bread and butter isn't hard to prepare. I don't feel like lunch, and Papa eats so little in the middle of the day, and you eat a great deal at all times," finished Brian with a laugh. Madge went on chattering in her usual lively manner, and Brian listened to her with delight. Her pleasant talk drove away the evil spirits which had been with him for the last 3 weeks. Suddenly Madge made an observation as they were passing the Burke and Wills monument, which startled him. "Isn't that the place where Mr. White got into the cab?" she asked, looking at the corner near the Scotch church, where a vagrant of musical tendencies was playing just before the battle, mother, on a battered old concertina. "So the papers say," answered Brian listlessly, without turning his head. "I wonder who the gentleman in the light coat could have been," said Madge, as she settled herself again. "No one seems to know." "Ah, but they have a clue. Do you know that he was dressed just like you, in a light overcoat and soft hat?" "How remarkable." "He was dressed in the same manner as 9 out of every 10 young fellows in Melbourne." Madge looked at him in surprise at the tone in which he spoke, so different from his usual nonchalant way of speaking. She was about to answer when the carriage stopped at the door of the Melbourne Club. Brian, anxious to escape any more remarks about the murder, sprang quickly out and ran up the steps into the building. he found Mr. Frettlby smoking complacently. "Ah, Fitzgerald, have you left the attractions of Collins Street for the still greater ones of Clubland?" "Not I. I've come to carry you off to afternoon tea with Madge and myself." "I don't mind," answered Mr. Frettlby, rising, "but isn't afternoon tea at 1:30 rather an anomaly?" "What's in a dame?" said Fitzgerald absently as they left the room. "What have you been doing all morning?" "I've been in here for the last half hour, reading." "Woolmarket, I suppose?" "No, the Hansom Cab murder." "Oh, damn that thing," said Brian hastily. Then, seeing his companion looking at him in surprise, he apologized. "But indeed," he went on, "I'm nearly worried to death by people asking about White, as if I knew all about him, whereas I know nothing." "Just as well you don't," answered Mr. Frettlby as they descended the steps together. "He was not a very desirable companion." It was on the tip of Brian's tongue to say, "And yet you wanted him to marry your daughter," but he wisely refrained, and they reached the carriage in silence. Mrs. Sampson was very much astonished at the early arrival of her lodger's guests, and did not hesitate to express her astonishment. "Being taken by surprise," she said with an apologetic cackle. "It ain't to be supposed as miracles can be performed with regard to cooking, the fire having gone out and not been kept alight on account of the heat of the day, which was that hot as never was. Though, to be sure, being a child in the early days, I remember it was that hot as Miss Sister's aunt was in the habit of roasting her joints in the sun." After telling this last romance, and leaving her visitors in doubt whether the joints referred to belong to an animal, or to her sister's aunt, or to herself, Mrs. Sampson crackled away downstairs. "What a curious thing that landlady of yours is, Brian," said Madge, from the depths of a huge armchair. "I believe she's a grasshopper from the Fitzroy Gardens." "Oh, no, she's a woman," said Mr. Frettlby cynically. "You can tell that by the length of her tongue." "A popular error, Papa. I know plenty of men who talk far more than any woman." "I hope I'll never meet them, then," said Mr. Frettlby, "for if I did I should be inclined to agree with De Quincey on murder as a fine art." Brian winced at this, and looked apprehensively at Madge, and saw with relief that she was not paying attention to her father, that was listening intently. "There she is," as a faint rustle at the door announced the arrival of Mrs. Sampson and the tea-tray. "I wonder, Brian, you don't think the house is on fire with that queer noise always going on? She wants oil." Mrs. Sampson's shrill apologies for the absence of cake having been received, she hopped out of the room, and Madge poured the tea. The service was a quaint Chinese one which Brian had picked up in his wanderings. He used it only on special occasions. As he watched Madge, he could not help thinking how pretty she looked, with her hands moving deftly among the cups and saucers, so bizarre-looking with their sprawling dragons of yellow and green. He half smiled to himself as he thought, if they knew all, I wonder if they would sit with me so unconcernedly. Mr. Frettlby, too, as he looked at his daughter, thought of his dead wife and sighed. Suddenly they heard a ring at the front door, and presently Mrs. Sampson talking in an excited manner at the pitch of her voice. Then the door of Brian's room was thrown open, and Gorby walked in. Fitzgerald turned as white as a sheet, for he felt instinctively that he had come for him. However, pulling himself together, he demanded in a haughty tone the reason of the intrusion. Mr. Gorby walked straight over to where Brian was standing and placed his hand on the young man's shoulder. "Brian Fitzgerald," he said in a clear voice, "I arrest you in the Queen's name." "For what?" asked Brian steadily. "The murder of Oliver White." At this, Madge gave a cry. "It is not true," she said wildly. "My God, it is not true." Brian did not answer, but ghastly pale held out his hands. Gorby slipped the handcuffs onto his wrists with a feeling of compunction despite his joy in running his man down. This done, Fitzgerald turned round to where Madge was standing pale and still, as though turned into stone. She made a step forward, but her father moved before her. "Keep back. There is nothing between you and that man now." She turned round with an ashen face, but with a proud look in her clear eyes. "You are wrong. I love him more now than ever." Then, before her father could stop her, she placed her arms round her lover's neck and kissed him wildly. Brian kissed her passionately, then broke away. "Madge," he said in a clear, low voice, "I am going to prison, perhaps to death. But I swear to you, by all that I hold most sacred, that I am innocent of this murder." Brian Fitzgerald was arrested at a few minutes past 3 o'clock, and by 5 all Melbourne was ringing with the news that the perpetrator of the famous Hansom Cab murder had been caught. The discovery that the assassin was one of the city's most fashionable young men and the future husband of one of the richest and prettiest girls in Victoria caused a sensation. Morn, noon and night, in Toorak drawing-rooms and Melbourne clubs, the case formed the principal subject of conversation. The Fitzgeralds, my dear, an Irish family with royal blood in their veins. And this young man who had been petted by the ladies, voted a good fellow by the men, and was universally popular, had committed a vulgar murder. It was truly shocking. What was the world coming to? As to the prisoner's guilt, everyone was certain of it. But there are those persons who, having either tender hearts or obstinate natures, deem it incumbent upon them to come forward in championship of those in trouble. There are, doubtless, those who think that Nero was a pleasant young man whose cruelties were but an overflow of high spirits, and who regard Henry VIII as a henpecked husband unfortunate in the possession of 6 wives. These are the people who delight in expressing their sympathy with great scoundrels of the Ned Kelly order. And therefore, even while the weight of public opinion was dead against Fitzgerald, he had his share of avowed sympathy. There was a comfort in this for Madge, not that if the whole countryside had unanimously condemned her lover, she would have believed him guilty. The element of logic does not enter into the championship of woman, and so Madge Frettlby, true woman that she was, refused to bow before any argument. He was innocent, and his innocence would be proved. Meanwhile, Brian was sitting in his cell in the Melbourne jail, thinking sadly enough about his position. He saw no hope of escape except one, and that one he did not intend to take advantage of. "It would kill her, it would kill her," he said feverishly as he paced to and fro over the echoing stones. "Better that the last of the Fitzgeralds should perish like a common thief than she should know the bitter truth." And throwing himself down on the bed, he covered his face with his hands. He was roused by the opening of the door of his cell, and on looking up saw that it was Duncan Colton who entered. He was a great friend of Fitzgerald's, and Brian was deeply touched by his coming to see him. "It is very kind of you," said Fitzgerald. "It's at a time like this that one appreciates friendship." "Yes, of course," answered the lawyer, fixing his keen eyes on the other's haggard face as if he would read his innermost thoughts. "But I came only partly on my own account. Frettlby asked me to see you as to your defence." "Mr. Frettlby? I thought he believed me guilty." "Will you accept me as your counsel?" "It's no good my doing so. The rope is already round my neck." "The rope is round no man's neck until he is on the scaffold. I intend to defend you whether you like it or not." "But I have no defence to make." "No defence? You're not going to confess you killed him?" "No. But there are certain circumstances which prevent me from defending myself." "What nonsense! As if any circumstances should prevent a man from saving his own life. But never mind. I like these objections. They make the nut harder to crack. Now, I want you to answer certain questions. First, where were you on the Thursday night preceding the murder?" "I can't tell you." "Oh, yes, you can, my friend. You left St. Kilda and came up to town by the 11 o'clock train." 11:20. Colton smiled in a gratified manner as he noted this down. "A little diplomacy is all that's required," he said mentally. "Then where did you go then?" "Up to the Melbourne Club. I played cards for a time." "When did you leave the club?" "A few minutes to 1 o'clock in the morning." "And then I suppose you went home?" "No." "Then where did you go?" "Down the street." "Collins Street?" "Yes." "You were going to meet someone?" "I never said so. Young men don't wander about the streets at night without some object." "I was restless and wanted to walk." "No, it won't do. You had an appointment to meet someone." "Well, yes." "Man or woman?" "I cannot tell you." "Then I must find out for myself." "You can't." "Indeed?" "Why not?" "You don't know where to look for her." "Her? I knew it was a woman. Now, who is she?" Brian did not answer, but sat biting his lips with vexation. "Come now, Fitzgerald. I know that young men will be young men, and of course you don't like these things talked about. But in this case your character must be sacrificed to save your neck. What is her name?" "I can't tell you." "But you know it." "Well, yes." "And you won't tell me?" "No." Colton sighed and pursued another line. "Were you the man who hailed the hansom?" "Yes, I was." The thought flashed through Colton's brain that whether the young man before him was guilty or not, things looked very black against him. "Did you know it was Oliver White when you found him lying drunk in the street?" "No, I did not. Had I known it, I would not have picked him up. When I recognized him, I dropped him and walked away." "Why?" "Because I detested him." "Then why did you return and get into the cab with him?" "I did not come back. I never got into the cab." "And the cabman declares that you did." "He is wrong. I never came back." "Then who's the man who got into the cab with White?" "I don't know." "You have no idea?" "Not the least." "He seems to have been dressed exactly like you." "Very probably. I could name at least a dozen of my acquaintances who wear light coats over their evening dress, and soft hats." "Very well. After you left White, where did you go?" "I can't tell you." "You refuse?" "Yes, I do." "You may have to pay a heavy price for your refusal." "If necessary, I will pay it." Colton was beginning to feel annoyed. "You're very foolish," he said, "sacrificing your life to some feeling of false modesty. You must prove an alibi." No answer. Colton thought for a moment to consider his next move. "Did you know that White carried a valuable document about?" Fitzgerald hesitated and turned pale. "No, I did not know." The lawyer made a masterstroke. "Then why did you take it from him?" "What? He had it with him that night." Colton saw his advantage and seized it at once. "Yes, he had it with him. Why did you take it?" "I did not take it. I didn't even know he had it with him." "Indeed? Now will you kindly tell me what it is?" Brian saw the trap into which he had fallen. "No, I will not." "Was it a paper of importance to you?" "Why do you ask?" Colton fixed his keen grey eyes steadily on Brian's face. "Because the man to whom that paper was of such value is the man who murdered White." Brian started up, ghastly pale. "My God, it is true after all." And he fell down on the stone floor in a dead faint. Colton, alarmed, summoned the jailer, and between them they placed Fitzgerald on the bed and dashed some cold water over his face. He recovered and moaned feebly, while Colton, seeing that he was unfit to be spoken to, left the prison. When he got outside, he stopped for a moment and looked back on the grim grey walls. "Brian Fitzgerald," he said to himself, You did not commit the murder, but you know who did. Colton went down to St. Kilda to have a talk with Miss Frettlby. He had a great respect for her and thought her a really clever woman. It was just possible, he argued, that Brian's great love might cause him to confess everything to her. He found Madge awaiting his arrival with anxiety. Colton took her hand. "Do you want to save his life?" he asked. "Save his life? God knows I would die to save him." "Shish," murmured Colton to himself as he looked at her glowing face and outstretched hands. "These women are always in extremes. The fact is, he is able to prove an alibi, and he refuses to do so." "But why?" Colton shrugged his shoulders. "That is best known to himself. Some quixotic idea of honor, I fancy. Now, he refuses to tell me where he was on that night, but perhaps he won't refuse to tell you. So you must come up and see him with me, and perhaps he will recover his senses and confess." "But my father, he has ordered me not to go." "In that case," said Colton, rising and taking up his hat and gloves, "I won't ask you." She laid her hand on his arm. "Stop. Will it do any good?" Colton hesitated a moment. He thought that if the reason of Brian's silence was an intrigue with a married woman, he might not tell the girl he was engaged to about it. But on the other hand, there might be some other reason, and Colton trusted to Madge to find it out. "It may save his life." "Then I shall go. He is more to me than my father, and if I can save him, I will." When the warder who accompanied them opened the door, they found the young man seated on his bed. He looked up, and on seeing Madge, rose and held out his hands with a cry of delight. "Brian, dear," said Madge softly, "you must tell all. For my sake." Fitzgerald sighed. This was the hardest temptation he had yet been subjected to, and he felt half inclined to yield and chance the result. But one look at Madge's pure face steeled him against doing so. What could his confession bring but sorrow and regret to one whom he loved better than his life? "Madge, you do not know what you ask." "Yes, I do," she replied quickly. "I ask you to save yourself, to prove that you are not guilty of this terrible crime, and not to sacrifice your life for the sake of—" Here she stopped and looked helplessly at Colton, for she had no idea of the reason of Fitzgerald's refusal to speak. "For the sake of a woman," finished Colton bluntly. "A woman?" she faltered, still holding her lover's hand. Is that the reason?" Brian averted his eyes. "Yes." A sharp expression of anguish crossed her pale face, and sinking her head on her hands, she wept bitterly. Brian looked at her in a dogged kind of way, and Colton stared grimly at them both. "Look here, Fitzgerald," he said at length. "If you want my opinion of your conduct, I think it's infamous. Begging your pardon, Miss Frettlby, for the expression. Here is this noble girl, who loves you with her whole heart, and is ready to sacrifice everything for your sake. She comes to implore you to save your life, and you coolly turn round and acknowledge another woman." Brian lifted his head haughtily, and his face flushed. "You are wrong. There is the woman for whose sake I keep silence." And rising up from the bed, he pointed to Madge as she sobbed bitterly on it. She lifted up her haggard face with an air of surprise. "For my sake?" "Yes, my darling. It is for your sake that I keep silence, and I shall do so though my life pays the penalty. I could tell you where I was on that night and save myself, but if I did, you would learn a secret which would curse your life, and I dare not speak. I dare not. As there is a God in heaven, I swear that I will not speak." There was a silence in the cell, broken only by Madge's convulsive sobs, and even Colton, cynical man of the world as he was, felt his eyes grow wet. Brian led Madge over to him and placed her in his arms. "Take her away," he said in a broken voice, "or I shall forget that I'm a man." And turning away, he threw himself on his bed and covered his face with his hands. Colton did not answer him, but summoned the warder and tried to lead Madge away. But just as they reached the door, she broke away from him, and running back, flung herself on her lover's breast. My darling," she sobbed, kissing him. "You shall not die." And, as if afraid to trust herself longer, she ran out of the cell. Madge stepped into their cab, and Colton paused a moment to tell the cabman to drive to the railway station. Suddenly she stopped him. "Tell him to drive to Brian's lodgings in Powlett Street," she said, laying her hand on Colton's arm. "And what for?" "And also to go past the Melbourne Club, as I want to stop there." "What do you intend to do?" She threw back her veil, and he was astonished to see the sudden change which had come over her. There were no tears now, and her eyes were hard and glittering, while her mouth was firmly closed. She looked like a woman who had determined to do a certain thing and would carry out her intention at whatever cost. "I intend to save Brian in spite of himself." "What do you propose to do?" "Simply this. In the first place, I may tell you that I do not understand Brian's statement that he keeps silence for my sake, as there are no secrets in my life that can justify his saying so. The facts of the case are simply these. On the night in question, Brian left our house at St. Kilda at 11 o'clock. He told me that he would call at the club to see if there were any letters for him and then go straight home. I am quite certain that he intended to do as he said. When he got to the club, he must have found a letter there which caused him to alter his mind." "From whom was the letter?" "Can't you guess? From the person, man or woman, who wanted to see him and reveal this secret about me, whatever it is. He got the letter at his club and went out to meet the writer. At the corner of the Scotch church he found Mr. White, and on recognizing him, left in disgust and walked away to keep his appointment." "And are you going to look for that letter?" "Yes." "In Brian's lodgings?" "He might have burnt it." "He might have done 1,000 things, but he did not. Brian is the most careless man in the world. He would put the letter into his pocket or throw it into the waste-paper basket and never think of it again." "Why do you want to stop at his club?" "To find out if any letter was waiting for him on that night." Madge waited in the cab while Colton ran up the steps of the Melbourne Club. He found a waiter with whom he was pretty well acquainted. "Look here, Brown," said the lawyer, "do you remember on that Thursday night when the Hansom Cab murder took place if any letters were waiting here for Mr. Fitzgerald?" "Well, sir," replied Brown, "there was no letter came by post, sir, but there was one brought to him on that night." "Ah," said Colton. "At what time?" "Just before 12 o'clock, sir." "Who brought it?" "A young woman, sir. A bold thing, begging your pardon, sir, and no better than she should be. She bounced in at the door as bold as brass, gives me the letter, and then she clears out before I could stop her." "You gave it to Mr. Fitzgerald, of course?" "I did, sir. He was playing cards, and he put it in his pocket after having looked at the outside of it, and went on with his game." "Didn't he open it?" "Not then, sir, but he did later on, about 1:15 o'clock. I was in the room, then he opens it and reads it. Then he says to himself, 'What damned impertinence,' and puts it back into his pocket. Then he put his coat and hat on, and walked out about 1:05 to 1. "Ah, and he met White at 1, muttered Colton. "There's no doubt about it. The letter was an appointment, and he was going to keep it." "What kind of a letter was it?" "Very dirty, sir, in a square envelope. But the paper was good, and so was the writing." "That will do," said Colton. "I am much obliged to you." And he hurried down to where Madge awaited him in the cab. They soon arrived at Brian's lodgings, and the door was opened by Mrs. Sampson, who looked very disconsolate indeed. The poor woman had been blaming herself severely for the information she had so unwittingly given to Inspector Gorby, and the floods of tears which she had wept had apparently had an effect on her physical condition, for her joints crackled less loudly than usual, though her voice was as shrill as ever. that such a thing should have happened to him. And me that proud of him, not having any family of my own, except one as died and went up to heaven after his father, been carried off by a chill caused by the change from hot to cold, the weather being that contrary. They had arrived in Brian's sitting room by this time, and Madge sank into a chair, while Colton, anxious to begin the search, hinted to Mrs. Sampson that she could go. "I'm departing, sir," piped the landlady with a sad shake of her head as she opened the door, "knowing, as I do, as he's as innocent as an unborn babe. And to think of me having told that horrid person who had no regard for the truth, as representing himself as an insurance agent." "What did you tell him?" "Oh, he wanted to know if Mr. Fitzgerald always come home afore 12, which I said he was in the habit of doing, though, to be sure, he did sometimes use his latchkey." "As he did on the night of the murder, for instance?" "Oh, don't say that, sir. I can't take the strain of it, me being weak and ailing, though coming of a strong family, has always lived to a good age through being in the habit of wearing flannels." "Clever man, that detective," murmured Colton to himself. "He got out of her by strategy what he never would have done by force. It's a strong piece of evidence against Fitzgerald, but it won't matter much if he can prove an alibi." "You'll likely be called as a witness for the prosecution." "Nay, sir," squeaked Mrs. Sampson, trembling violently and thereby producing a subdued rustle as of wind in the trees. "I've never been in the court, except the time as father took me for a treat to hear a murder, which there's no denying is as good as a play." Colton rather impatiently opened the door for her. "Leave us for a short time, there's a good soul. Miss Fettlby and I want to rest, and we will ring for you when we are leaving." "Oh, thank you, sir," said the lachrymose landlady, "and I hopes they won't hang him, which is such a choky way of dying. But then in life we are in death, as is well known to them as has diseases." Here Colton, unable to restrain his impatience any longer, shut the door, and they heard Mrs. Sampson's shrill voice and subdued cracklings die away in the distance. "Now then," he said, "now that we have got rid of that woman and her tongue, where are we to begin?" "The desk," replied Madge, going over to it. "It's the most likely place." "Don't think so," said Colton, shaking his head. "If, as you say, Fitzgerald is a careless man, he would not have troubled to put it there. However, perhaps we'd better look." The desk was very untidy, just like Brian, as Madge remarked, full of paid and unpaid bills, old letters, playbills, ball programs, and withered flowers. "Reminiscences of former flirtations," said Colton with a laugh, pointing to these. "I should not wonder," retorted Miss Frettlby coolly. "Brian always was in love with someone or other. But you know what Lytton says? There are many counterfeits, but only one Eros. So I can afford to forget these things." The letter, however, was not to be found in the desk, nor was it anywhere in the sitting room. They tried the bedroom, but with no better result. Madge was about to give up the search in despair, when suddenly Colton's eye fell on the waste paper basket, which, by some unaccountable reason, they had overlooked. The basket was half full, in fact more than half, and on looking at it a sudden thought struck the lawyer. He rang the bell, and presently Mrs. Sampson made her appearance. "How long has that waste paper basket been standing like that?" "It's been the only fault I had to find with him," said Mrs. Sampson. "He been that untidy that he never let me clean it out until he told me personal. He said as how he throwed things into it as he might have to look up again, and I haven't touched it for more nor 6 weeks, hoping you won't think me a bad housekeeper, it being his own wish, being fond of litter and such like." "6 weeks," repeated Colton with a look at Madge. "And he got the letter 4 weeks ago. Depend upon it, we shall find it there." Madge gave a cry, and falling on her knees, emptied the basket out on the floor. Both she and Colton were soon as busy among the fragments of paper as though they were rag-pickers. "Why, aren't they all fair heads?" murmured Mrs. Sampson. Suddenly a cry broke from Madge as she drew out of the mess a half-burnt letter written on thick and creamy-looking paper. "At last!" she cried, rising off her knees and smoothing it out. "I knew he had not destroyed it." "Pretty nearly, however," said Colton as his eye glanced rapidly over it. "It's almost useless." He took it over to the window and spread it out upon the table. It was dirty and half-burnt, but still it was a clue. These are the words and portions of words which could still be discerned. July 26th. Mr. Fitzgerald is requested from a dying woman who wants to tell the bearer who will wait, Russell Street. Do not delay. "There is not much to be gained from that, I'm afraid," said Madge sadly. "It shows that he had an appointment, but who with, and where?" Colton did not answer, but leaning his head on his hands, stared hard at the paper. At last he jumped up with a cry. "I have it. Look at the paper. See how creamy and white it is. And look at the fragment of printing at the head. O. T. Villa, Toorak." The letter was written in Toorak. No, it was not written in Toorak. It was written in one of the Melbourne back slums. "How do you know?" "From the waiter's description of the girl who brought it to the club. A disreputable woman, one far more likely to come from the back slums than from Toorak." "But the paper, the heading." 3 months ago, there was a robbery at Toorak, and this is some of the paper that was stolen by the thieves." Madge said nothing, but her sparkling eyes and the nervous trembling of her hands showed her excitement. "I will see a detective this evening," said Colton exultingly. "Find out where this letter came from and who wrote it. We'll save him yet." He placed the precious letter carefully in his pocketbook. "You think that we will be able to find the woman who wrote that?" She may be dead. The letter says she is in a dying condition. However, if I can find the woman who delivered the letter at the club and who waited for Fitzgerald in Russell Street, that will be sufficient. All I want is to prove that he was not in the hansom cab with White." "And do you think you can do that?" "All depends upon this letter. I'll tell you tomorrow." Shortly afterwards they left the house, and when Colton put Madge safely into the St. Kilda train, her heart felt lighter than it had done at any time since Fitzgerald's arrest. Mr. Gorby and Mr. Kilsip were both detectives. Each was equally clever in their common profession, each was a universal favourite with the public, and each hated the other. Kilsip was tall and slender. Gorby was short and stout. Kilsip looked clever. Gorby wore a smile of self-satisfaction which alone was sufficient to prevent his appearing intelligent. Yet, singularly enough, it was this very smile that proved most useful to Gorby in the pursuit of his calling. It enabled him to come at information where his sharp-looking colleague might try in vain. The hearts of all went forth to Gorby's sweet smile and insinuating manner, but when Kilsip appeared, people were wont to shut up and to retire promptly, like alarmed snails within their shells. Mr. Gorby and Mr. Kilsip were as fire and water to one another, and when they came together, invariably there was trouble. When, therefore, this hansom cab murder case was put into Gorby's hands, the soul of Kilsip was smitten with envy. And when Brian Fitzgerald was arrested, and all the evidence collected by Gorby seemed to point so conclusively to his guilt, Kilsip writhed in secret over the triumph of his enemy. Though he would have been only too glad to say that Gorby had got hold of the wrong man, the evidence was so conclusive that such a thought never entered his head, until he received a note from Mr. Colton, asking him to call at his office that evening at 8 o'clock, with reference to the murder. Kilsip knew that Colton was counsel for the prisoner. He guessed that he was wanted to follow up a clue, and he determined to devote himself to whatever Colton might require of him, if only to prove Gorby to be wrong. So pleased was he at the mere possibility of triumphing over his rival that on casually meeting him, he stopped and invited him to drink. The primary effect of his sudden and unusual hospitality was to arouse all Gorby's suspicions. But on second thoughts, deeming himself quite a match for Kilsip both mentally and physically, Gorby accepted the invitation. "Ah," said Kilsip in his soft, low voice, rubbing his lean, white hands together as they sat over their drinks. "You're a lucky man to have laid your hands on that hansom cab murderer so quickly. Yes, I flatter myself I did manage it pretty well, said Gorby, lighting his pipe. I had no idea that it would be so simple, though, mind you, it required a lot of thought before I got a proper start. I suppose you're pretty sure he's the man you want? Pursued Kilsip with a brilliant flash of his black eyes. Pretty sure indeed, retorted Mr. Gorby. There ain't no pretty sure about it. I'd take my Bible oath he's the man. He and White hated one another. He says to White, I'll kill you if I've got to do it in the open street. He meets White drunk, a fact which he acknowledges himself. He gets into the cab with a living man, and when he comes out, leaves a dead one. He drives to East Melbourne and gets into his house at a time which his landlady can prove, just the time that a cab would take to drive from the grammar school on the St Kilda road. If you ain't a fool, Kilsip, you'll see as there's no doubt about it. It looks all square enough, said Kilsip, who wondered what evidence Colton could have found to contradict such a plain statement of fact. And what's his defence? Mr. Colton's the only man as knows that, answered Gorby, finishing his drink. But, clever and all as he is, he can't put anything in that can go against my evidence. Don't you be too sure of that, sneered Kilsip, whose soul was devoured with envy. You're jealous, Kilsip, that's what you are, because you haven't got a finger in the pie. Ah, that I may have yet. Going a-hunting yourself, are you? For what? For a man as is already caught? I don't believe you've got the right man. Mr. Gorby looked upon his rival with a smile of pity. No, of course you don't, just because it was I who caught him. Perhaps when you see him hang, you'll believe it then. You're a smart man, you are, retorted Kilsip, but you ain't the Pope to be infallible. You ain't so safe nor clever as you think. And with an irritating smile, he went out. At 8 o'clock on that night, the soft-footed and soft-voiced detective presented himself at Colton's office. He found the lawyer impatiently waiting for him. Kilsip closed the door softly, and then taking a seat opposite to Colton, waited for him to speak. The lawyer, however, first handed him a cigar, and then, producing a bottle of whisky and 2 glasses from some mysterious recess, he filled one and pushed it towards the detective. Colton believed Kilsip to have that feline nature which likes to be stroked, to be made much of, and he paid him these little attentions, knowing full well they would bear their fruit. He also knew that Kilsip entertained no friendly feeling for Gorby, that in fact he bore him hatred, and he determined that this feeling which existed between the two men should serve him to the end he had in view. I suppose, he said, leaning back in his chair and watching the wreaths of blue smoke curling from his cigar, I suppose you know all the ins and the outs of the Hansom Cab murder? I should rather think so, said Kilsip with a curious light in his queer eyes. Why, Gorby does nothing but brag about it and his smartness in catching the supposed murderer. Aha, said Colton, leaning forward and putting his arms on the table. Supposed murderer, huh? Do you mean that Fitzgerald hasn't yet been convicted by a jury, or that you think he is innocent? Kilsip stared hard at the lawyer in a vague kind of way, slowly rubbing his hands together. Well, he said at length, before I got your note, I was convinced Gorby had hold of the right man. But when I heard that you wanted to see me, and knowing you were defending the prisoner, I guessed that you must have found something in his favour which you wanted me to look into. Right. As Mr. Fitzgerald has confessed that it was he who met White and hailed the cab. How do you know that? Gorby told me. How the devil did he find out? Because he is always poking and prying about, said Kilsip, forgetting in his indignation that such poking and prying formed part of detective business. But at any rate, the only chance Mr. Fitzgerald has got is to prove that once he left Mr. White in the cab he did not come back. Well, he's not going to put in such a defence. Then he must be guilty. Not necessarily. But if he wants to save his neck, he'll have to prove an alibi. That's just where the point is. He doesn't want to save his neck. Kilsip, looking rather bewildered, took a sip of whisky and waited. "The fact is," said Colton, lighting a fresh cigar, "he has some extraordinary idea in his head. He refuses absolutely to say where he was on that night." "I understand," said Kilsip, nodding. "An assignation?" "I thought so at first, but I was wrong. He went to see a dying woman who wished to tell him something." "What about?" "That's just what I can't tell you. It must have been something important, for she sent for him in great haste, and he was by her bedside between the hours of 1 and 2 on Friday morning." "Then he definitely did not return to the cab?" "No, he went to keep his appointment, but for some reason or other he won't tell where this appointment was. I went to his rooms today and found this half-burnt letter asking him to come." Colton handed the letter to Kilsip, who placed it on the table and examined it carefully. "When was this letter delivered?" "Shortly before midnight at the Melbourne Club, by a girl who, from what the waiter saw of her, appears to be a disreputable individual." "It seems to say that the bearer of the letter will wait for Fitzgerald in Russell Street. And from there the girl took him to the dying woman, though we don't know who she was or where she was. I have to find out who she is, this girl from the slums." "But how?" "God bless my soul, Kilsip, how stupid you are. That is the finest quality, that it came from the back slums. Therefore, it must have been stolen." A sudden light flashed into Kilsip's eyes. He snatched up the letter again and examined the half-destroyed printed heading with great attention. "This once said, 'Talbot Villa, Toorak,'" he cried. "There was a burglary there." "Exactly. Now do you see what I want? You must take me to the crib in the back slums where the articles stolen from that house were hidden. The paper must have been used by someone there." "I understand. Well, there were 4 men engaged in that burglary, and they hid the swag at Mother Guttersnipe's crib in a lane off Little Burt Street." The detective looked at his watch. "It is now 9 o'clock, so if you like we will go to the old hag's place at once." "Dying woman. There was a woman who died in that very house about 4 weeks ago." "Who was she?" "Some relation of old Mother Guttersnipe's, I fancy. She was called the Queen. Came from Sydney about 3 months ago, and from what I could make out was not long from England." "And she died?" "Of consumption. On the Thursday night, right before the murder." Burke Street is a busy thoroughfare, especially at night. The theatres that it contains are in themselves sufficient for the gathering of a considerable crowd, a grimy crowd for the most part. Round the doors of the hotels a number of ragged and shabby-looking individuals collect, waiting till some kind friend shall invite them to step inside. Further on, a knot of horsey-looking men are to be seen standing under the Opera House veranda, giving and taking odds about the Melbourne Cup or some other meeting. Here and there are ragged street Arabs selling matches and newspapers, and against the veranda post, in the full blaze of the electric light, leans a weary, draggled-looking woman, one arm clasping a baby to her breast, and the other holding a pile of newspapers, while she drones out in a hoarse voice, "Herald, third edition, one penny," until the ear wearies of the constant repetition. The never-ceasing stream of people pouring along, the rattle of vehicles, and the fitful strains of music, all made up a scene which fascinated the barrister, and he could have gone on wandering till morning, watching the myriad phases of human character constantly passing before his eyes. But his guide hurried him away to Little Burke Street, where the narrowness of the thoroughfare and the dim light of the sparsely scattered gas lamps formed a strong contrast to the brilliant scene they had just left. Turning off the street, the detective led the way down a dark lane. He touched the barrister on the arm. "Keep close to me. We may meet some nasty customers about here." It was not quite dark, for the atmosphere had that luminous kind of haze so observable in Australian twilights, and this weird light was just sufficient to make the darkness visible. Kilsip and the barrister kept for safety in the middle of the alley so that no one could spring upon them unaware, and they could see sometimes on the one side a man cowering back into the black shadow, or on the other a woman with disordered hair and bare bosom, leaning out of a window trying to get a breath of fresh air. There were also some children playing in the dried-up gutter, and their shrill young voices came echoing strangely through the gloom. Now and then a mild-looking string of Chinamen stole along, clad in their dull-hued blue blouses, either chattering shrilly like a lot of parrots, or moving silently down the alley with a stolid oriental apathy on their yellow faces. Here and there came a stream of warm light through an open door, and within, the Mongolians were gathered round the gambling tables, playing fan-tan, or leaving the seductions of their favourite pastime to glide, soft-footed, to the many cook-shops, where enticing-looking fowls and turkeys, already cooked, were awaiting purchasers. Kilsip, turning to the left, led the barrister down another and still narrower lane, the gloom of which made the lawyer shudder as he wondered how human beings could live in such murky places. At last, to Colton's relief, the detective stopped before a door. He opened it, and stepping inside, beckoned to the barrister to follow. Colton did so, and found himself in a low, dingy, ill-smelling passage. At the end a faint light glimmered, held by an elfish-looking child with tangled masses of black hair hanging over her scowling white face. As she crouched down on the floor against the damp wall, she looked up defiantly, yet fearfully, at the detective. "Where's Mother Guttersnut?" asked Kilsip. "Upstairs," the girl replied, jerking her head. Following her direction, Colton, his eyes now somewhat accustomed to the gloom, could discern a gaping black chasm, which he presumed was the stair alluded to. "You won't get much out of her tonight. She's a-going to start her booze, she is." "Never mind what she's doing or about to do. Take me to her at once." The girl looked Kilsip sullenly up and down. Then she led the way into the black chasm and up the stairs. As they toiled slowly up the broken steps, Colton held tightly to his companion's arm. At last they stopped at a door, through the cracks of which a faint glimmer of light was to be seen. Here the girl gave a shrill whistle, and the door opened. Still preceded by their elfish guide, Colton and the detective stepped through the doorway. A curious scene was before them. A small, square room with a low roof, from which the paper, mildewed and torn, hung in shreds. At the far end was a kind of low stretcher upon which a woman, almost naked, lay amid a heap of greasy clothes. She appeared to be ill, for she kept tossing her head from side to side restlessly, and every now and then sang snatches of song in a cracked voice. In the centre of the room was a rough deal table upon which stood a guttering tallow candle, which but faintly illuminated the scene, and a half-empty rectangular bottle of schnapps with a broken cup beside it. In front of these signs of festivity sat an old woman with a pack of cards spread out before her, and from which she had evidently been telling the fortune of a villainous-looking young man who stood looking at the detective with no very friendly countenance. From his expression, so scowling and vindictive was it, the barrister judged the man's ultimate destiny to lie between the prison and the gallows. As they entered, the fortune-teller raised her head. Shading her eyes with one skinny hand, she looked curiously at the newcomers. Colton thought he had never seen such a repulsive-looking old crone. Her face was seamed and lined with innumerable wrinkles, clearly defined by the dirt which was in them. Bushy grey eyebrows drawn frowningly over two piercing black eyes, whose light was undimmed by age. A hook nose, like the beak of a bird of prey, and a thin-lipped mouth devoid of teeth. Her hair was very luxurious and almost white, and was tied up in a great bunch by a greasy bit of black ribbon. As to her chin, Colton involuntarily quoted Macbeth's lines, "Ye should be women, and yet your beards forbid me to interpret that ye are so." She was no bad representative of the weird sisters. As they entered, she eyed them viciously. "What the blazes do you want?" "I want your booze," cried the child with an elfish laugh as she shook back her tangled hair. "Get out, you rub, or I'll tear your heart out." "Yes, she can go," said Kilsip, nodding to the girl. "Then you can clear too," he added, turning to the young man who stood still holding the door open. When they had disappeared and the door had been closed behind them, Mother Guttersnipe took a drink from the broken cup and, gathering all her greasy cards together in a businesslike way, proceeded to shuffle them. She looked insinuatingly at Colton with a suggestive leer. "Is it the future you want unveiled, dearie?" "No, it isn't," said Kilsip. "We've come on business." The old woman started at this and looked keenly at him from under her bushy eyebrows. "What have the boys been up to now, detective? There ain't no swag here this time." Just then the sick woman, who had been restlessly tossing on the bed, commenced singing. "Oh, mother, mother, make my bed, and make it soft and narrow. Since my true love died for me today, I'll die for him tomorrow." "Shut up, Cassia," yelled Mother Guttersnipe, "or I'll knock your blimmin' head off." And she seized the square bottle as if to carry out her threat. But, altering her mind, she poured some of its contents into the cup and drank it off with avidity. "The woman seems ill," said Colton, casting a shuddering glance at the stretcher. "So she ought. She allers a talking of dying and gallows, as if they were nice things to jaw about." "Who's that woman who died here 3 or 4 weeks ago?" asked Kilsip. "How should I know? I didn't kill her, did I? Here were the brandy she drank. She was always drinking, Cassa." Colton stepped forward. "Do you remember the night she died?" "No, I don't. I was drunk, blind, bloomin' blazing drunk, s'help me." "You were always drunk," said Kilsip. "What if I am? You don't pay for it." "Yeah, I'm drunk. I'm always drunk. I was drunk last night and the night before, and I'm going to get drunk tonight and drunk tomorrow night, and I'll keep it up till I'm rotting in that grave." Colton shuddered, so full of hatred and suppressed malignity was her voice, but the detective merely shrugged his shoulders. "Nor fool you," he said briefly. "Come now. On the night the Queen, as you called her, died, there was a gentleman came to see her." "So she said. I don't know anything, I were drunk." "So, who said? The Queen?" "No, my granddaughter, Sal. The Queen sent her to fetch the toff. She printed some paper from my books for her letter." The detective glanced at Colton, who nodded to him with a gratified expression on his face. "Did you see the gentleman who came?" said Kilsip, turning again to the old hag. "Not I, Cassia," she retorted politely. "He came about 1:30 in the morning, and you don't expect we can stop up all night, do you?" 1:30 o'clock, repeated Colton. "The very time. Is this true?" "Wish I may die if it ain't. My granddaughter Sal could tell you." "Where is she?" At this the old woman threw back her head and howled dismay. "She's upped it. Gordon left her poor old gran and joined the army, Cassam." "The Salvation Army?" "So I said. All this coming round here they are, spoiling our business." "What's the girl's name?" "Gone deaf, have you? I told you. Sal." "Her full name?" The crone hesitated. "Give me her name, and I might be able to bring her back." "You want her back, don't tell me other." The old woman took another long swig from her bottle, and then, "Rawlins. Sal Rawlins, Cassa." The detective turned to Mr. Colton. "This Sal Rawlins is the only person who can prove that Mr. Fitzgerald was here between 1 and 2 o'clock. I'll go to the Salvation Army barracks the first thing in the morning and look for her." "I hope you'll find her," answered Colton, drawing a long breath. "A man's life hangs on her evidence." They turned to go, Colton having first given Mother Guttersnipe some loose silver, which she seized on with an avaricious clutch. "You'll drink it, I suppose," said the barrister, shrinking back from her. "Well, like me," retorted the hag, with a repulsive grin, tying the money up in a piece of her dress, which she tore off for the purpose. "A public house is the only pleasure I have in my life, Cassie." The sight of money had a genial effect on her nature, for she held the candle at the head of the stairs as they went down, so that they should not break their heads. As they arrived safely, they saw the light vanish, and in the darkness heard the sick woman on the bed singing the last rose of summer. The street door was open, and after groping their way along the dark passage, they found themselves in the open. "Thank heaven," said Colton, taking off his hat and drawing a long breath. "Thank heaven we're safely out of that den. Come, let us have a glass of brandy, for I feel quite ill after my experience of low life." The next day, Kilsip called at Colton's office late in the afternoon and found the lawyer eagerly expecting him. The detective's face, however, looked rather dismal, and Colton was not reassured. "Well, Kilsip? Where is she?" "That's just what I want to know. It appears that she had been in the army as a hallelujah lass, but got tired of it in a week and went off to Sydney. The last thing the army heard of her was that she had taken up with a Chinaman in one of the Sydney slums. Perhaps the authorities in Sydney can help us?" I telegraphed at once. "There's no Sal Rawlins known to the Sydney police. No doubt she has changed her name. I wonder why. Wanted to get rid of the army, I expect. The straying lamb did not care to be hunted back to the fold. The Sydney police said they would make inquiries and let me know the result." Colton stroked his chin thoughtfully. "When did she join the army?" "The very day after White's murder. She said the death of the woman on Thursday night had so startled her that she went straight off to the army to get her religion properly fixed up. These sudden conversions never last long as a rule. Well, if the Sydney police can't track her down, we will put an advertisement in the papers offering a reward and send out handbills to the same effect. She must be found. Brian Fitzgerald's life hangs on a thread, and that thread is Sal Rawlins." "Yes," assented Kilsip, rubbing his hands together. "Even if Mr. Fitzgerald acknowledges that he was at Mother Guttersnipe's on the night in question, we shall need her to prove that he was there. No one else saw him. I went back there today and questioned a lot of them. At the time he arrived, they were all asleep except the dying Queen woman and the girl Sal." "Are you sure of that? What about Mother Guttersnipe herself?" "She was dead drunk, as she acknowledged last night. She couldn't identify him. In fact, she told me if anyone had called, she'd have thought it was the other one." "The other one? What other one?" "The murdered man. Oliver White." Colton arose from his seat with a blank air of astonishment. "Oliver White," he said as soon as he could find his voice. "Was he in the habit of going there?" Kilsip curled himself up in his seat like a sleek cat, and pushing forward his head till his nose looked like the beak of a bird of prey, looked keenly at Colton. "Mother Guttersnipe told me that the dead man had visited the Queen several times while she lay ill, and that he seemed to be pretty well acquainted with her." Colton rose. "This woman they call the Queen seems to be at the bottom of the whole affair. Every path we take leads to her. But who the devil was she?" "I found out hardly anything about her, except that she was a good-looking woman of around 49, and she came out from England to Sydney a few months ago, then on to here. How she got to Mother Guttersnipe's I don't know. But it's my belief the old woman knows more about her than she chooses to tell." "But what could the Queen have told Fitzgerald to make him act in this silly manner? A stranger who comes from England and dies in a Melbourne slum, what could she know to affect him so?" Kilsip looked puzzled. "It is a riddle," he said at length. "That if Mr. Fitzgerald would only speak, it would clear everything up. Perhaps, but it's no use. Fitzgerald, for some reason or another, has made up his mind not to speak. Our only hope in saving him lies in finding this girl." The trial of Mr. Brian Fitzgerald was fixed to come off in September, and of course there was much excitement in Melbourne as the time drew near. Great, therefore, was the disappointment when it was discovered that the prisoner's counsel had applied for an adjournment till October, on the ground that an important witness for the defense could not be located. Sal Rawlins had still not been found, in spite of the utmost vigilance on the part of the police and the offer of a large reward by Mr. Frettlby. The millionaire had maintained a most friendly attitude towards Brian throughout the whole affair. He refused to believe him guilty. All Australia and New Zealand rang with the extremely plebeian name of Sal Rawlins. She had become famous without knowing it, unless, indeed, she had kept herself concealed purposely. But this was hardly probable, as there was no apparent motive for her doing so. If she was above ground, she must certainly have seen the handbills, if not the papers, and she could hardly help hearing something about the one topic of conversation throughout Australia. Notwithstanding all this, Sal Rawlins was still undiscovered, and Colton, in despair, began to think that she must be dead. But Madge Frettlby was still hopeful. "God will not permit an innocent man to be sent to his death," she declared. Mr. Colton, to whom she said this, shook his head doubtfully. "God has permitted it to take place before, and we can only judge the future by the past." At last the day of the long-expected trial came, and as Colton sat in his office looking over his brief, a clerk entered and told him that Mr. Frettlby and his daughter wished to speak to him. When they came in, the barrister saw that the millionaire looked haggard and ill, and there was a worried expression on his face. "It is my daughter, Colton," he said after hurried greetings had been exchanged. "She wants to be present in court during Fitzgerald's trial, and nothing I can say will dissuade her." Colton turned and looked at the girl in some surprise. She met his look steadily, though her face was very pale. "Yes, I must be there. I shall go mad with anxiety unless I know how the trial goes on." Colton looked at Mr. Frettlby. "I am afraid you must consent," he said. "Very well. I shall leave her in your charge, Colton." The lawyer nodded. "And you?" "I'm not coming. I don't care to see a man whom I've had at my dinner table in the prisoner's dock, much as I sympathize with him. Good day." And with a curt nod he took his leave. When the door closed on her father, Madge placed her hand on Colton's arm. "Is there any hope?" "The merest chance. We have done everything in our power to discover this girl, but without result. If she does not come at the 11th hour, I'm afraid Brian Fitzgerald is a doomed man." Madge fell on her knees with a stifled cry. "Oh, God of mercy, save him! Save my darling!" She dropped her face in her hands and wept convulsively. The lawyer touched her lightly on the shoulder. "Come, be the brave girl you were, and we may save him yet. The hour is darkest before the dawn, you know." Madge dried her tears and followed the lawyer to the cab which was waiting for them at the door. They drove quickly up to the court, and Colton put her in a quiet place where she could see the dock and yet be unobserved by the people. Just as he was leaving her, she touched his arm. Tell him I'm here." Colton nodded and hurried away to put on his wig and gown. The court was crowded with fashionable Melbourne of both sexes, and they were all talking together in subdued whispers. The popular character of the prisoner, his good looks, and engagement to Madge Frettlby, together with the extraordinary circumstances of the case, had raised public curiosity to the highest pitch. The judge entered, and the court rose. When the prisoner was brought in, there was a great flutter among the ladies, and some of them even had the bad taste to produce opera glasses. Brian was dressed in black and looked pale and worn, but all the ladies declared that he was as good-looking as ever, and they were sure he was innocent. The jury was sworn in, and the Crown Prosecutor rose to deliver his opening address. The ladies ceased to talk, the men to stare round, and nothing could be seen but row after row of eager and attentive faces. The Crown Prosecutor was not a great orator, but he spoke clearly and distinctly, and every word could be heard in the dead silence. He gave a rapid sketch of the crime and then proceeded to enumerate the witnesses for the prosecution. Once he had fully shown the chain of evidence which he proposed to prove, he called the first witness, the driver of the cab in which the fatal attack took place, Malcolm Royston. Royston, on being sworn, gave the same evidence as he had given at the inquest, from the time that the cab was hailed up to his arrival at the St Kilda police station with the dead body of White. In the cross-examination, Colton asked him if he was prepared to swear that the man who hailed the cab and the man who later returned and got in with the deceased were one and the same person. "I am." "You are quite certain?" "Yes, quite certain." "Do you then recognize the prisoner as the man who hailed the cab?" "I cannot swear to that. The gentleman who hailed the cab had his hat pulled down over his eyes so that I could not see his face. But the height and general appearance of the prisoner are the same." "The man who got into the cab was dressed as the prisoner was on that night?" "Yes." "And that is the only reason why you thought they were both the same person?" "It never struck me for a minute that they were not the same. Besides, he spoke as if he had been there before. I said, 'Oh, you've come back,' and he said, 'Yes, I'm going to take him home,' and got into my cab." "Did you notice any difference in his voice?" "No, except that the first time I saw him he spoke in a loud voice, and when he come back, very low." "You were sober, I suppose?" "Yes, sir, quite sober." "You did not have a drink, say at the Oriental Hotel, which I believe is near the rank where your cab stands?" "Well, I might have had a glass." "So you might. You might have had several. Well, there's no law against a cove feeling thirsty." "Certainly not." "And I suppose you took advantage of the absence of such a law?" "Yes, I did." "And you were elevated?" "Yeah, I was sitting up on my cab." "You are here to give evidence, sir, not to make jokes, however clever they may be. Were you, or were you not, slightly the worse for drink?" "I might have been." "So, you were in such a condition that you did not observe very closely the man who hailed you?" "No, I didn't. There was no reason why I should. I didn't know a murder was going to be committed." "And it never struck you that it might be a different man who actually got into your cab?" "No. I thought it was the same man the whole time." This closed Royston's evidence, and Colton sat down very dissatisfied at not being able to elicit anything more definite from him. One thing appeared clear, that someone must have dressed himself to resemble Brian and have spoken in a low voice for fear of betraying himself. The second cabman, Clement Rankin, was the next witness. He deposed to having picked up the prisoner on the St Kilda road between 1 and 2 on Friday morning and driving him to Powlett Street, East Melbourne. In the cross-examination, Colton elicited one point in the prisoner's favour. "Is the prisoner the same gentleman you drove to Powlett Street?" "Oh, yes." "How do you know? Did you see his face?" "No. His hat was pulled down over his eyes, and I could only see the ends of his moustache and his chin. But he carried himself the same as the prisoner, and the prisoner's moustache is the same light colour." "When you drove up to him on the St Kilda road, was he wearing gloves?" "He had one on the left hand, but the other was bare." "Did he wear any rings on the right hand?" "Yes, a large diamond one on the forefinger." "Are you sure?" "Yes, because I thought it a curious place for a gentleman to wear a ring, and when he was paying me my fare, I saw the diamond glitter on his finger in the moonlight." "That will do." Mrs. Hableton, the landlady of the deceased, was then called, and deposed that Oliver White had lodged with her for nearly 2 months. He seemed a quiet enough young man, but often came home drunk. The only friend she knew he had was a Mr. Morland, who was often with him. On the 14th of July, the prisoner called to see Mr. White, and they had a quarrel. She heard White say, "She is mine, you can't do anything with her." And the prisoner answered, "I can kill you, and if you marry her I shall do so in the open street." There was a great sensation in the court at these words, and half the people present looked upon such evidence as being sufficient in itself to prove the guilt of the prisoner. In cross-examination, Colton was unable to shake the evidence of the witness, as she merely reiterated the same statements over and over again. The next witness was Brian Fitzgerald's landlady, Mrs. Sampson, who crackled into the witness box, dissolved in tears, and gave her answers in a piercingly shrill tone of anguish. She stated that the prisoner was in the habit of coming home early, but on the night of the murder had come in shortly before 2 o'clock. The Crown Prosecutor consulted his notes. "You mean shortly after 2? "Having made a mistake once by saying 5 minutes after 2 to the policeman as called himself an insurance agent, I ain't a-going to do so again. It was 5 minutes afore 2, as I can swear." "You are sure your clock was right?" "It hadn't been, but me nevvy being a watchmaker called unbeknown to me and made it right on Thursday night, which it still was on Friday morning when Mr. Fitzgerald come home." Mrs. Sampson bravely stuck to this statement and ultimately left the witness box in triumph, the rest of her evidence being comparatively unimportant as compared with this point of time. The witness Rankin was recalled, and when questioned by the Crown Prosecutor, gave evidence that it was exactly 2 o'clock when the man with the diamond ring got down from his cab in Powlett Street and paid his fare. "How do you know that?" "Because I heard the post office clock strike. I heard the chimes and then the hour quite plainly." This conflicting evidence as to time was a strong point in Brian's favour. If he had come into his house at 5 minutes to 2, he could not possibly be the man who had alighted from Rankin's cab at 2 o'clock at Powlett Street. The next witness was Dr. Chinston, who swore to the death of the deceased by means of chloroform administered in a large quantity, and he was followed by Mr. Gorby, who deposed as to the finding of the glove belonging to the deceased in the pocket of the prisoner's coat. Roger Morland, the intimate friend of the late Oliver White, was next called to face questions from the prosecutor. He stated that he had known the deceased in London and had met him again in Melbourne. He was with him a great deal. On the night of the murder he was in the Orient Hotel in Burke Street when White came in, greatly excited. "You then had a drink with him?" "Several drinks. Then we went up to an hotel in Russell Street and had some more drinks there." "In short, the two of you were intoxicated?" "We were very drunk, yes." "What befell in the hotel bar in Russell Street?" "White took off his coat. He said it was too hot. When he left, he forgot to take it with him. I followed him out, but he wasn't to be seen." "What happened to the coat?" "Some blackguard snatched it out of my hands and ran off with it." In cross-examination, Colton asked, "What was the deceased excited about when you met him?" "I don't know. He did not say." "What did you talk about?" "All sorts of things. London, principally." "Did the deceased mention anything about a document, an important private paper?" "No, he did not." "Are you sure?" "Quite sure." "What time did you get home?" "I don't know. I was too drunk to remember." Mr. Roger Morland's testimony closed the case for the Crown, and as it was now late, the trial was adjourned till the next day. The opinions of all were pretty well divided, some being in favour of Fitzgerald and others against, when suddenly an event happened which surprised everyone. All over Melbourne, the news passed from lip to lip like wildfire. Sal Rawlins had been found. Sal Rawlins had made her appearance at the 11th hour, to the heartfelt thankfulness of Colton, who saw in her an angel from heaven sent to save the life of an innocent man. At the close of the court, the lawyer and Madge had gone down to his office when a clerk entered with a telegram from the detective Kilsip. Colton opened it hastily, and with a silent look of pleasure on his face, handed the telegram to Miss Frettlby. She, being more impulsive, gave a cry when she read it, and falling on her knees, thanked God for having heard her prayers. "Take me to her at once," she implored the lawyer. She was anxious to hear from Sal Rawlins' own lips the joyful words which would save Brian from a felon's death. "No, my dear. I can hardly take a lady to the place where Sal Rawlins lives. You will know all tomorrow, but meanwhile you must go home and get some sleep." Madge clasped her hands on Colton's arm. "You will tell him?" "At once. And I will see Sal Rawlins tonight." Brian heard the good news with a deep feeling of gratitude, knowing that his life was saved and that he could still keep his secret. And yet, in spite of his joy at being delivered from the hangman's rope, there mingled with his delight a horror of that secret which the dying woman had told him. "I had rather she had died in silence than she should have bequeathed me this legacy of sorrow," he thought. While Brian was pacing up and down his cell during the weary watches of the night, and Madge, in her own room, was kneeling beside her bed and thanking God for his great mercy, Colton, the good fairy of the two lovers, was hurrying towards the humble abode of Mrs. Rawlins, familiarly known as Mother Guttersnipe. Kilsip was beside him. "What I like," observed Kilsip, "is the blow it will be for that Gorby. He was so certain that Mr. Fitzgerald was the man, and when he gets off tomorrow, Gorby will be in a rage." Colton was not listening to what the detective was saying. "Where was the girl the whole time?" he asked. "Ill. After she left Sydney, she went into the country, caught cold by falling into some river, and ended up by getting brain fever. Some people found her, took her in and nursed her. When she got well, she came back to her grandmother's. And since it had occurred to me to keep watch on the house in the case of just such an eventuality, it was I who observed her arrival. She turned up tonight at 5 o'clock, and looking more like a corpse than anything else." When they entered the squalid, dingy passage that led to Mother Guttersnipe's abode, they saw a faint light streaming down the stair. As they climbed up, they could hear the rancorous voice of the old hag pouring forth alternate blessings and curses on her prodigal offspring, and the low tones of a girl's voice in reply. On entering the room, Colton saw that the sick woman who had been lying in the corner on the occasion of his last visit was gone. Mother Guttersnipe was seated in front of the deal table with a broken cup and her favourite bottle of spirits before her. She evidently intended to have a night of it, in order to celebrate Sal's return, and had commenced early, so as to lose no time. Sal herself was seated on a broken chair and leaned wearily against the wall. She stood up as Colton and the detective entered, and they saw that she was a tall, slender woman of about 25, not bad-looking, but with a pallid and haggard appearance from her recent illness. She was clothed in a kind of tawdry blue dress, much soiled and torn, and had over her shoulders an old tartan shawl, which she drew tightly across her breast as the strangers entered. Her grandmother, who looked more weird and grotesquely horrible than ever, saluted Colton and the detective on their entrance with a shrill yell and a volley of choice language. Kilsip paid no attention to the old fury, but turned to the girl. "This is the gentleman who wants to speak to you," he said, making her sit on the chair again, for indeed she looked too ill to stand. "Just tell him what you told me." Sal fixed her wild, weak eyes on Colton. "At the Queen, sir?" "Yes, Sal. Tell me all that happened on the night you brought Mr. Fitzgerald to see the Queen." "She gave me the letter for him and says to me, 'Don't you ask no questions and you won't hear no lies. Just deliver it and then wait for him and do as he says.'" "And what did he ask you to do?" "He came up to me and says, 'Take me to her.' So I took him." "And what did he do when he came here?" "He goes right up to her and she says, 'Are you him?' And he says, 'I am.' Then she says, 'Do you know why I'm going to tell you?' And he says, 'No.' Then she says, 'It's about that Madge Friddleby.'" "It's about her? You're sure?" "Oh, yes, sir, I'm sure." And he turns very white and says, "How dare you have her name on your vile lips?" And she gets up and screeches, "Turn that girl out and I'll tell you." And he takes me by the arm and says, "Get out," and I gets out, and that's all I knows. "How long was he with her?" "About half hour." "And he was in with her the whole time?" "I was at that door," said Sal, pointing to it, "and he couldn't have got out without me seeing him." Colton nodded to Kilsip. "It's all right. There won't be any difficulty in proving an alibi." Then he turned once more to Sal. "What were they talking about?" "I dunno. They talks that quiet I couldn't hear 'em. Then he sings that, 'My God, it's too horrible,' and I hear her laughing like to bust. And then he comes to me and says, quite wild-like, 'Take me out of this hell.' And I took him back to where he met me. Now I come back home." "And what happened when you came back here?" "She was dead." "And I'd never knowed I was in the room with a corpse," wailed Mother Guttersnipe, waking up. "Catch her? She was always a-doing contrary things." Colton looked firmly at the sick girl. "So, is all this the truth?" "So help me. Is here that old time?" Next morning the court was crowded, and numbers were unable to gain admission. When the prisoner was brought in, a murmur of sympathy ran through the crowded court, so ill and worn out he looked. But Colton was puzzled to account for the expression of his face, so different from that of a man whose life had been saved, or rather was about to be saved. "You know who stole that document," he thought, as he looked at Fitzgerald keenly. "And the man who did so is the murderer of White." The judge having entered and the court being opened, Colton rose to make his speech and stated in a few words the line he intended to take. Then he called his first witness for the defence, Albert Dendy. Dendy, duly sworn, stated, "I am a watchmaker and carry on business in Fitzroy. I remember Thursday, the 26th of July last. On the evening of that day, I called at Powlett Street in East Melbourne to see my aunt, who is the landlady of the prisoner. She was out at the time I called, and I waited in the kitchen till her return. I looked at the kitchen clock to see if it was too late to wait, and then at my watch. I found that the clock was 10 minutes fast, upon which I put it right and regulated it properly." And then Sal Rawlins was placed in the witness box, and after having been sworn, gave her vital evidence. Following her statement, the Crown Prosecutor rose to cross-examination. "You are quite certain that the prisoner was the man you met on that night?" "Quite certain. So help me God." "You say that after you delivered the letter, the accused met you at a few minutes past 1 o'clock?" "Yeah, about 5 minutes after." "How can you be so sure of the time?" "'Cause I heard the clock striking 1 just before he come down the street." "And later, after his visit to your house, when you took him back to the same spot and left him there, you claim it was about 25 to 2, is that correct?" "It were 25 to 2. "How could you possibly know the time so accurately?" "'Cause it took me 10 minutes to get home, and I heard the clock go 3/4 to 2 just as I gets to the door. And before that, when I was with him, I saw the post office clock as plain as day, and when I gets into Swanston Street, I looks at the Town Hall clock and sees the time there." This closed the evidence for the defence. After the Crown Prosecutor had made his speech, in which he pointed out the strong evidence against the prisoner, Colton arose to address the jury. He was a fine speaker and made a splendid defence. Not a single point escaped him, and that brilliant piece of oratory is still remembered and spoken of admiringly in the purlieus of Temple Court and Chancery Lane. Colton wound up his elaborate and exhaustive speech, which lasted for over 2 hours, with a brilliant peroration, calling upon the jury to base their verdict upon the plain facts of the case, and if they did so, they could hardly fail in bringing in a verdict of not guilty. When Colton sat down, a subdued murmur of applause was heard, which was instantly suppressed, and the judge began to sum up strongly in favour of Fitzgerald. The jury then retired. The hour being late, the gas had been lighted, and there was a sickly glare through the wide hall. Fitzgerald had been taken out of court on the retiring of the jury, but the spectators stared steadily at the empty dock, which seemed to enchain them by some indescribable fascination. They conversed among themselves in whispers until even the whispering ceased, and nothing could be heard but the steady ticking of the clock, and now and then the quick-drawn breath of some timid onlooker. Suddenly a woman, whose nerves were overstrung, shrieked, and the cry rang weirdly through the crowded hall. She was taken out, and again there was silence. every eye being now fixed on the door through which the jury would reissue with their verdict of life or death. The hands of the clock moved slowly round. A quarter, a half, 3/4, and then the hour sounded with a silvery ring which startled everyone. Madge, sitting with her hands tightly clasped together, began to fear that her highly strung nerves would give way. "My God," she muttered softly to herself, "will this suspense never end?" Just then the door opened, and the jury re-entered. The prisoner was again placed in the dock, and the judge resumed his seat, this time with the black cap in his pocket, as everyone guessed. The usual formalities were gone through, and when the foreman of the jury stood up, every neck was craned forward and every ear was on the alert to catch the words that fell from his lips. The prisoner flushed a little, and then grew pale as death. Then came the verdict, sharp and decisive. Not guilty. A hot December day, with a cloudless blue sky and the sun blazing down on the earth. Such a description of snowy December sounds perchance a trifle strange to English ears, but here in Australia we are in the realm of contrariety. Here black swans are an established fact. Here iron wood sinks and pumice stone floats, which must strike the curious spectator as a queer freak on the part of Dame Nature. But however contrary Nature may be in her dealings, the English race out in this great continent are much the same as in the old country, being of a conservative turn of mind and with strong opinions as to the keeping up of old customs. Therefore John Bull abroad keeps his Christmas and wears his clothes without regard to heat or cold. A nation that never surrenders to the fire of an enemy cannot be expected to give in to the fire of the sun. Madge Frettlby was thinking somewhat after this fashion as she sat on the veranda, in a state of exhaustion from the heat. The trial through which she had so recently passed had been a great one, and it had not been without its outward result. It had left its impress on her beautiful face, and there was a troubled look in her eyes. After Brian's acquittal of the murder of Oliver White, she had been taken by her father up to their sheep station in the hope that it would restore her to health, for the mental strain which had been on her during the trial had nearly brought on an attack of brain fever. Women are more impressionable than men, and it is perhaps for this reason that they age quicker. A trouble which would pass lightly over a man leaves an indelible mark on a woman both physically and mentally, and the terrible episode of White's murder had changed Madge from a bright and merry girl into a grave and beautiful woman. She saw the world now not as the fantastic fairyland of her girlish dreams, but as the sorrowful vale of tears, through which we must all walk till we reach the promised land. And for Brian, he also had undergone a change, for there were a few white hairs now amid his curly chestnut locks, and his character, from being gay and bright, had become moody and irritable. After the trial he had left town immediately in order to avoid meeting with his friends, and had gone up to his own station, which was next to that of the Frettlbys. There he worked hard all day and smoked hard all night, thinking ever on the secret which the dead woman had told him and which threatened to overshadow his life. Every now and then he rode over and saw Madge, but this was generally when he knew her father to be away, for of late he had disliked the millionaire. Madge could not but condemn his attitude, remembering how her father had stood beside him in his recent trouble. Suddenly she started as she heard a step behind her. Turning, she saw Sal Rawlins, in the neatest of black gowns, with a coquettish white cap and apron. Madge had been so delighted with Sal for saving Brian's life with her evidence at the trial that she had taken her into her service as maid. Mr. Frettlby had offered strong opposition at first that a fallen woman like Sal should be near his daughter, but Madge was determined to rescue the unhappy girl from the life of sin she was leading, and so at last he reluctantly consented. Brian, too, had objected, but ultimately yielded, as he saw that Madge had set her heart on it. Mother Guttersnipe objected at first, characterizing the whole affair as cussed humbug, but she, likewise, finally gave in, and Sal became maid to Miss Frettlby. "Sit down here," said Madge, leaning back in her seat, "and talk to me." Sal complied, and after a short pause, Madge turned her clear grey eyes on the woman. "I want to ask you something." The other shivered and turned pale. About that?" Sal hesitated for a moment and then flung herself at the feet of her mistress. "I will tell you," she cried. "You have been kind to me, and have a right to the truth. I will tell you all I know." "Then," asked Madge firmly as she clasped her hands tightly together, "who was this woman whom Mr. Fitzgerald went to see, and where did she come from?" "Gran and me found her one evening in Little Burke Street, just near the theatre. She was quite drunk, and we took her home with us." "How kind of you." "Oh, it wasn't that. Gran wanted her clothes. She was awful swell dressed." "And she took the clothes? How wicked." "Anyone would have done it down our way. But Gran changed her mind when she got her home. I went out to get some gin for Gran, and when I come back, she was hugging and kissing the woman." "She recognised her?" "Yes, I suppose so. Next morning, when the lady got over the drink, she made a grab at Gran and hollered out, 'You, I was coming to see you.'" "And then?" "Gran chucked me out of the room, and they had a long jaw. And then, when I come back, Gran tells me the ladies are going to stay with us 'cause she was ill, and sent me for Mr. White." "And he came?" "Oh, yes, often. He kicked up a row when he first turned up, but when he found she was ill, he sent a doctor. But it wasn't no good. She was 2 weeks with us, and then died the morning she saw Mr. Fitzgerald." "I suppose Mr. White was in the habit of talking to this woman?" "Lots. But he always turned Gran and me out of the room before he started." And did you ever overhear one of these conversations?" "Yes, one. I got riled with the way he cleared us out of our own room, and once when he shut the door and Gran went off to get some gin, I sat down at the door and listened." Madge leaned forward. "And what did you hear, Sal?" "He said he wanted her to give up some paper, and she wouldn't. She said she'd die first, but at last he got him and took him away with him." The assertion White had been murdered for a certain document flashed across Madge's mind. "Did you see this paper?" "Rather," said Sal. "I was looking through a hole in the door, and she takes it from under her pillow. It was in a large blue envelope with writing on it in red ink. He takes it to the table, where the candle was, and looks at it. Then he puts it back in the envelope and stuffs it in his pocket, and she sings out, 'You'll lose it.' And he says, 'No, I'll always have it with me, and if he wants it, he'll have to kill me first before he gets it.'" "And did you know who this other man was, to whom this paper was of such importance?" "No, I didn't. I never said no names." "When was it White got the paper?" "About a week before he was murdered," said Sal after a moment's thought. "And that was the last time he come. She kept watching for him night and day, and 'cause he didn't come, got mad at him. I hear her saying, 'You think you've done with me, my gentleman, and leaves me here to die. I'll spoil your little game.' And then she wrote that letter to Mr. Fitzgerald, and I brought him to her, as you know." "Yes, yes," said Madge rather impatiently. "I heard all that at the trial. But what conversation passed between Mr. Fitzgerald and this woman? Did you hear it?" "Bits of it," replied the other. "I didn't split in court, 'cause I thought the lawyer would be down on me for listening. The first thing I heard Mr. Fitzgerald saying was, 'You're mad. It ain't true.' And she says, 'S'help me, it is. White's got the proof.' And then he sings out, 'My poor girl.' And she says, 'Will you marry her now?' And says he, 'I will. I love her more than ever.' And then she makes a grab at him and says, 'Spoil his game if you can.' And says he, 'What's your name?' And she says, 'What?' 'Rosanna Moore.'" There was a sharp exclamation as Sal said the name, and turning round quickly, Madge found Brian standing beside her, pale as death, with his eyes fixed on the woman. "Go on." "That's all I know." Brian gave a sigh of relief. "You can go. I wish to speak with Miss Frettlby alone." Sal looked at him for a moment and then glanced at her mistress, who nodded to her as a sign that she might withdraw. With another sharp, inquiring look at Brian, the maid turned and walked slowly into the house. After Sal had gone, Brian sank into a chair beside Madge with a weary sigh. He was in riding dress, which became his stalwart figure well, and he looked remarkably handsome, but ill and worried. He took his hat off and tossed it and his gloves onto the floor. "What on earth were you questioning that girl about?" Madge flushed crimson for a moment, and then, taking Brian's two strong hands in her own, looked steadily into his frowning face. "Why? Don't you trust me?" "It is not necessary that I should. The secret that Rosanna Moore told me on her deathbed is nothing that would benefit you to know." "Is it about me?" she persisted. "It is, and it is not," he answered. She released his hands. "I suppose that means it is about a third person and concerns me." "Well, yes." He impatiently struck his boot with his riding whip. "But it is nothing that can harm you so long as you do not know it. But God help you should anyone tell it to you, for it would embitter your life." "My life being so very sweet now?" "You're trying to put out a fire by pouring oil on it, and what you say only makes me more determined to learn what it is. Matt, I implore you not to persist in this foolish curiosity. It will bring you only misery." "If it concerns me, I have a right to know it. When I marry you, how can we be happy together, with the shadow of a secret between us?" Brian fell on his knees beside her and stretched out his hands with an entreating gesture. "Oh, my darling, cannot you trust me? The love which has stood such a test as yours cannot fail like this. Let me bear the misery of knowing it alone, without blighting your young life with the knowledge of it. I would tell you if I could, but God help me, I cannot. I cannot." And he buried his face in his hands. Madge closed her mouth firmly and touched his comely head with her cool white fingers. There was a struggle going on in her breast between her feminine curiosity and her love for the man at her feet, but the latter conquered, and she bowed her head over his. "Brian, let it be as you wish. I will never again try to learn this secret, since you do not desire it." He arose to his feet and caught her in his strong arms with a glad smile. "My dearest." He kissed her passionately, and then for a few moments neither of them spoke. "We will begin a new life," he said at length. "We will put the sad past away from us and think of it only as a dream. But this secret will still fret you." "It will wear away with time and with change of scene." "Change of scene? Are you going away?" "Yes. I have sold my station, and intend leaving Australia forever during the next 3 months." "But where are you going?" "Anywhere. I'm going to follow the example of Cain and be a wanderer on the face of the earth." "Alone?" Brian looked steadily at her. "That is what I have come to see you about. I have come to ask you if you will marry me at once, and we will leave Australia together." She hesitated. "I know it is asking a great deal to leave your friends, your position, and your father. But think of my life without you. Think how lonely I shall be, wandering round the world by myself. You will not desert me now I have so much need of you. Will you come with me, and be my good angel in the future as you have been in the past?" She put her hand on his arm, and looking at him with her clear grey eyes, said, "Yes." "Thank God for that," said Brian reverently, and there was again a silence. Then they sat down and talked about their plans and built castles in the air after the fashion of lovers. "I wonder what Papa will say," observed Madge, idly twisting her engagement ring round and round. Brian frowned, and a dark look passed over his face. "I suppose I must speak to him about it." "Yes, of course. It is merely a formality, but still one that must be observed." "And where is Mr. Frettleby?" asked Brian, rising. "In the billiard room," she answered as she followed his example. "Oh, no," as she saw her father step onto the veranda. "Here he is." Brian had not seen Mark Frettleby for some time, and was astonished at the change which had taken place in his appearance. Formerly he had been as straight as an arrow, with a stern, fresh-coloured face, but now he had a slight stoop. His face looked old and withered, and his thick black hair was streaked here and there with white. His eyes alone were unchanged. They were as keen and bright as ever. Brian knew full well how he himself had altered. He knew, too, that Madge was not the same. And now he could not but wonder whether the great change that was apparent in her father was attributable to the same source, to the murder of Oliver White. Sad and thoughtful as Mr. Frettleby looked as he came along, a smile broke over his face as he caught sight of his daughter. "My dear Fitzgerald, this is indeed a surprise. When did you come over?" Brian took the extended hand of the millionaire. "About half an hour ago. I came to see Madge and to have a talk with you." "Ah," said the other, putting his arm round his daughter's waist. "So that's what has brought the roses to your face, young lady. You will stay to dinner, of course, Fitzgerald." "Thank you, no." He indicated his riding clothes. "My dress?" "Nonsense. We are not in Melbourne, and I'm sure Madge will excuse your dress. You must stay." "Yes, do. I don't see so much of you that I can let you off with half an hour's conversation." Brian seemed to be making a violent effort. "Very well," he said finally. "I shall stay." Frettleby sat down. "And now, the important question of dinner being settled, what is it you want to see me about? Your sheep station?" "No, sir." Brian leaned against the veranda post while Madge slipped her hand through his arm. "I have sold it." "Sold it? What for?" "I felt restless and wanted a change." "Ah." The millionaire shook his head. "A rolling stone gathers no moss, you know. Stones don't roll of their own accord. They are impelled by a force over which they have no control." "Oh, indeed. And may I ask what is your propelling force?" Brian looked at the man's face with such a steady gaze that the latter's eyes dropped after an uneasy attempt to return it. It was several moments before he looked up again at the two tall young people standing before him. "Well, what do you want to see me about?" "Madge has agreed to marry me at once, and I want your consent." "Impossible." "There is no such word as impossible. Why should you refuse? I am rich now." "Pshaw," said Frettleby, rising impatiently. "It's not money I'm thinking about. I've got enough for both of you. But I cannot live without Madge." "Then come with us," said his daughter, kissing him. Her lover, however, did not second the invitation, but stood moodily, twisting his tawny moustache and staring out into the garden in an absent sort of manner. "What do you say, Fitzgerald?" Frettleby was eyeing him keenly. "Oh, delighted, of course." "In that case," returned the other, "I will tell you what we will do. I have bought a steam yacht, and he will be ready for sea about the end of January. You will marry my daughter at once, and go round New Zealand for your honeymoon. When you return, if I feel inclined, and you two turtle doves don't object, I will join you, and we will make a tour of the world." "Oh, how delightful!" cried Madge, clasping her hands. "I'm so fond of the ocean. With a companion, of course," she added with a saucy glance at her lover. Brian's face had brightened considerably, for he was a born sailor, and a pleasant yachting voyage in the blue waters of the Pacific, with Madge as his companion, was to his mind as near paradise as any mortal could get. "And what is the name of the yacht?" he asked. "Her name? Oh, a very ugly name, and one which I intend to change. At present she is called the Rosanna. The poet sings, 'Oh, there's nothing half so sweet in life as love's young dream.' But he made this assertion in his callow days, before he had learned the value of a good digestion. To a young and fervid youth, love's young dream is no doubt very charming, lovers as a rule having a small appetite. But to a man who has seen the world and drunk deeply of the wine of life, there is nothing half so sweet in the whole of his existence as a good dinner. Who does not value as the sweetest in the whole 24 the hour when seated at an artistically laid table with delicately cooked viands, good wines, and pleasant company, all the cares and worries of the day give place to a delightful sense of absolute enjoyment? Dinner with the English people is generally a very dreary affair. There is a heaviness about the whole thing which communicates itself to the guests, who eat and drink with a solemn persistence, as though they were occupied in fulfilling some sacred rite. But there are men, alas, few and far between, who possess the art of giving good dinners, good in the sense of sociality as well as in that of cookery. Mark Frettlby was one of these rare individuals. He had an innate genius for getting pleasant people together, people who, so to speak, dovetailed into one another. He had an excellent cook, and his wines were irreproachable, so that Brian, in spite of his worries, was glad that he had accepted the invitation. The bright gleam of the silver, the glitter of glass, and the perfume of flowers, all collected under the subdued crimson glow of a pink-shaded lamp which hung from the ceiling, could not but give him a pleasurable sensation. On one side of the dining-room were the French windows opening onto the veranda, and beyond appeared the vivid green of the trees and the dazzling colours of the flowers, somewhat tempered by the soft, hazy glow of the twilight. Brian had made himself as respectable as possible under the odd circumstances of dining in his riding dress, and sat next to Madge, contentedly sipping his wine and listening to the pleasant chatter which was going on around him. Felix Rolston was there, with Mrs. Rolston, née Miss Heatherwaite, who ruled him with a rod of iron. They had brought up Julia Featherweight with them, and this young person had made up her mind to become the second Mrs. Frettlby. She had not received much encouragement, but like the English at Waterloo, did not know when she was beaten, and carried on the siege of Mr. Frettlby's heart in an undaunted manner. Dr. Chinston had come up for a little relaxation, and gave never a thought to his anxious patients or the many sick rooms he was in the habit of visiting. An aged colonist, full of reminiscences of the old days, when, by gad, sir, we hadn't a gas lamp in the whole of Melbourne, and several other people completed the party. The conversation had turned onto a subject ever green and fascinating. "Have you ever gone in for politics, Mr. Frettlby?" asked Felix. "I? No," said the host, rousing himself out of the brown study into which he had fallen. "I'm afraid I'm not sufficiently patriotic, and my business did not permit me." "And now?" "Now," echoed the millionaire, glancing at his daughter, "I intend to travel." "Ah, the finest thing out," said Chinston. "One never gets tired of seeing the queer things that are in the world." "I've seen queer enough things in Melbourne in the early days," spoke out Valpy, the old colonist, with a wicked twinkle in his eyes. "Ooh!" cried Julia, putting her hands up to her ears. "Don't tell me them, for I'm sure they're naughty." "We won't saint then." "Ah, then we haven't changed much in that respect," retorted Frettlby. "You talk of your theatres now. Why, you haven't got a dancer like Rosanna." Brian started on hearing this name again, and he felt Madge's cold hand touch his. "And who was Rosanna?" "A dancer and burlesque actress. Such a beauty. We are all mad about her, such hair and eyes. You remember her, Frettlby?" "Yes." Before Mr. Valpy had the opportunity to wax more eloquent, Madge rose from the table, and the other ladies followed. Brian sat still and wondered why Frettlby changed colour on hearing the name. He supposed that the millionaire had been mixed up with the actress, and did not care about being reminded of his early indiscretions. And after all, who does? "She was as light as a fairy," continued Valpy with a wicked smile. "What became of her?" Mark Frettlby looked up suddenly as Fitzgerald asked this question. "She went to England in 1858. I'm not quite sure if it was July or August, but it was in 1858. You will excuse me, Dalby, but I hardly think that these reminiscences of a valid answer are amusing." Frettlby poured himself out a glass of wine. "Let us change the subject." Notwithstanding the plainly expressed wish of his host, Brian felt strongly inclined to pursue the conversation. Politeness, however, forbade such a thing, and he consoled himself with the reflection that after dinner he would ask old Valpy about the ballet dancer whose name caused Mark Frettlby to exhibit such strong emotion. But, to his annoyance, when the gentleman went into the drawing-room, Frettlby took the old colonist off to his study, where he sat with him the whole evening, talking over old times. It was an exquisite night, with a cloudless blue sky glittering with stars, and a great yellow moon in the west. Madge seated herself on the side of the marble ledge which girdled the still pool of water in front of the house, and dipped her hand into the cool water. Brian leaned against the trunk of a great magnolia tree, whose glossy green leaves and great creamy blossoms looked fantastic in the moonlight. In front of them was the house, with the ruddy lamplight streaming through the wide windows, and they could see the guests within, their dark figures passing and repassing the windows, while the charming music of the waltz mingled with their merry laughter. "Looks like a haunted house," said Brian, thinking of Poe's weird poem. "That such a thing is impossible out here." "You don't believe in ghosts?" "There's a banshee in our family. She's supposed to cheer our deathbeds with her howlings, but I've never seen the lady myself." "It's aristocratic to have a ghost in a family, I believe," said Madge. "That is the reason we colonials have none." "Ah, but you will have. There are, no doubt, democratic as well as aristocratic ghosts. Ah, that's what nonsense I talk. There are no ghosts, except of a man's own raising. The ghosts of a dead youth. The ghosts of past follies. The ghosts of what might have been. These are the spectres which are more to be feared than those of the churchyard." Madge looked at him in silence, for she understood the meaning of that passionate outburst. He was thinking of the secret which the dead woman had told him, and which hung like a shadow over his life. She arose quietly and took his arm. The light touch roused him, and a faint wind sent an eerie rustle through the still leaves of the magnolia, as they walked back in silence to the house. After saying goodbye to Madge, Brian mounted his horse and rode slowly away in the moonlight. He felt very happy. Oh, yes, they would live on the ocean, and she would find how much pleasanter it was on the restless waters, with their solemn sense of mystery, than on the crowded land. He would put the secret behind his back, and would wander about the world with Madge and her father. He felt a sudden chill come over him. "I'm a fool," he thought as he gathered up the reins and spurred his horse into a canter. "It can make no difference to me so long as Madge remains ignorant. But to sit beside him, to eat with him, to have him always present like a skeleton at a feast, God help me." He urged his horse into a gallop, and as he rushed over the turf with the fresh, cool night wind blowing keenly against his face, he felt a sense of relief, as though he were leaving some dark spectre behind. On he galloped, with the blood throbbing in his young veins, over miles of plain, with the dark blue, star-studded sky above, and the pale moon shining down on him. On, ever on, until his own homestead appeared. A groom, roused by the clatter of hoofs up the avenue, came round the side of the house, and Brian leapt off his horse, and flinging the reins to the man, walked into his own room. There he found a lighted lamp, brandy on the table, and a packet of letters and newspapers. He opened the window and door so as to let in the cool breeze. Then, mixing for himself a glass of brandy and soda, he turned up the lamp and prepared to read his letters. The first he took up was from a lady, but after reading half a page of small talk and scandal, he flung it on the table with an impatient ejaculation. The other letters were principally business ones, but the last proved to be from Colton, and Fitzgerald opened it with a sensation of pleasure. The lawyer was a capital letter-writer. My dear Fitzgerald, I suppose you still hold the secret which Rosanna Moore entrusted you with? Ah, you see, I know her name. How? Simply because, with the natural curiosity of the human race, I have been trying to find out who murdered Oliver White, and as Rosanna Moore was likely to be at the bottom of the whole affair, I have been learning her past history. In the first place, I discovered from Roger Morland, who, if you remember, was a witness against you at the trial, that White and Rosanna Moore had come out from England to Sydney together about a year ago, travelling as Mr. and Mrs. White. I telegraphed home to England to a friend of mine who was a bit of an amateur detective, and, mirabile dictu, he found out all about her. It appears, however, that the task I set him was easier than I expected, for the so-called Mrs. White was rather a notorious individual in her own way. She was a burlesque actress at the Frivolity Theatre in London, and being a very handsome woman had been photographed innumerable times. Consequently, when she very foolishly went with White to choose a berth on board the boat, she was recognized by the clerks in the office as Rosanna Moore, better known as Musette of the Frivolity. Why she ran away from England I cannot tell you. Perhaps Musette got weary of St. John's Wood and champagne suppers, and longed for the purer air of her own land. Ah, yes, she was a native of Australia, and indeed before she left these shores for England was celebrated on the stages of Melbourne. Why she chose White to come home with puzzles me. He was not rich, not particularly good-looking, had no position, and a bad temper. How do I know all these traits of Mr. White's character, morally and socially? Easily enough. My omniscient friend found them all out. Musette, I may tell you, had one special vice, a common one, drink. She loved champagne and drank a good deal of it. Consequently, on arriving at Melbourne and finding that a new generation had arisen which did not know her, she drowned her sorrows in the flowing bowl. One night, after a quarrel with Mr. White, she went out to view Melbourne after darkness had fallen. A familiar scene to her, no doubt. What took her to Little Bourke Street I don't know. That she got lost, perhaps it had been a favourite walk of hers in the old days. At all events, she was found dead drunk in that unsavoury locality by the slum girl, Sal Rawlins. Sal acted the part of the Good Samaritan. She took her to the squalid den she called home, and there Rosanna Moore fell dangerously ill. When White found out where she was and that she was too ill to be removed, he went back to his lodgings at St. Kilda. But he did not break off his connection with the dying woman, visiting her many times. Then, one night, he is murdered in a hansom cab, and that same night Rosanna Moore dies. Now then, have I not found out a good deal? And do you still decline to reveal the rest? I do not say you know who killed White, but I do say you know sufficient to lead to the detection of the murderer. If you tell me, so much the better, both for your own sense of justice and for your peace of mind. If you do not, well, I shall find out everything without you. With kind regards to yourself, I remain yours very truly, Duncan Colton. When Fitzgerald had finished the last of the closely written sheets, he let the letter fall from his hands and stared blankly into the growing light outside. I can do no more, he said to himself, leaning his head against the wall of the house. There is only one way of stopping Colton, and that is by telling him all. My poor Madge. My poor Madge. A soft wind arose and rustled among the trees, and there appeared great shafts of crimson light in the east. Then, with a sudden blaze, the sun peered over the brim of the wide plain. The warm yellow rays touched lightly the comely head of the weary man, and turning round he held up his arms to the great luminary, as though he were a fire-worshipper. I accept the omen of the dawn, for her life and for mine. His resolution taken, Brian did not let the grass grow under his feet, but rode over in the afternoon to tell Madge of his intended departure. "I received a letter last night," he said, turning his face away from her. "And as it's about some important business, I must start from Melbourne at once." "I don't think it will be long before we follow. Papa leaves here at the end of the week." "Why?" "Well, I'm sure I don't know. He's so restless, and never seems to settle down to anything. He says for the rest of his life he is going to do nothing but wander all over the world." There suddenly flashed across Fitzgerald's mind a line from Genesis, which seemed singularly applicable to Mr. Frettlby. "A fugitive and a vagabond thou shalt be in the earth." Everyone gets these restless fits sooner or later. In fact, I believe I'm in one myself. Then Mr. Frettlby entered the house from the veranda, where he had been in conversation with Dr. Chinston. "Fitzgerald, I am glad to see you here again." "I do certainly let you know I'm living, don't I?" replied Brian, his face flushing as he reluctantly took the millionaire's proffered hand. "But the fact is, I've come to say goodbye for a few days." "Ah, going back to town, I suppose. I don't know that you're wise, exchanging the clear air of the country for that dusty atmosphere." "Yet Madge tells me you're going back." "Depends upon circumstances. I may and I may not." "You go on business, I presume?" "Well, the fact is, Carlton—" Here Brian stopped suddenly and bit his lip with vexation, for he had not intended to mention the lawyer's name. "Yes?" Mr. Frettlby looked keenly at Brian. "Wants to see me on business." The two men looked at one another steadily for a moment, and in that short space of time a single name flashed through their brains. The name of Rosanna Moore. The lovers moved out onto the veranda, leaving Frettlby alone. He shivered for a moment in the heat, as though it had grown suddenly chill. Dr. Chinston entered, and Frettlby took his arm. "I want you to come up to my study, Doctor, and examine me." "Why, don't you feel well?" "Not lately. I'm afraid I've got heart disease." The doctor looked sharply at him and then shook his head. "Nonsense. It's a common delusion with people that they have heart disease, and in 9 cases out of 10 it's all imagination." Chinston made an examination of Mark Frettlby, and when he had finished his face was very grave, though he laughed at the millionaire's fears. "You're all right. Action of the heart a little weak, that's all. Only avoid excitement." "Yes, avoid excitement." Just as Frettlby was putting on his coat, a knock came to the door, and Madge entered. "Brian is gone, and— Oh, I beg your pardon, Doctor. Is Papa ill?" "No, child, no," said Frettlby hastily. "I'm all right. I thought my heart was affected, but it isn't." "Not a bit of it," answered Chinston. "You're all right. Only avoid excitement." But Madge, who had her eyes fixed on the doctor's face, saw how grave it was. She waited until her father had departed from the room, then addressed the medical man. "There is danger." "No. No. Yes, there is." "Tell me the worst. It is best for me to know." The doctor looked at her in some doubt for a few moments, and then placed his hand on her shoulder. "My dear young lady, I will tell you what I have not dared to tell your father. His heart is affected." "And there is great danger?" "Yes, great danger. In the event of any sudden shock—" "Yes?" "He would probably drop down dead." Mr. Colton sat in his office reading a letter he had just received from Fitzgerald, and judging from the complacent smile upon his face, it seemed to give him the greatest satisfaction. "I know," wrote Brian, "that now you have taken up the affair you will not stop until you find out everything. So, as I want the matter to rest as at present, I will anticipate you and reveal all. I will call at your office sometime next week, and then you will learn everything that Rosanna Moore told me. But once you are possessed of that knowledge, you will pity me." "Most extraordinary," mused Colton, leaning back in his chair. Here a knock came to the door, and in answer to an invitation to enter, it opened, and the detective Kilsip glided into the room. "You're not engaged, sir?" "Oh, dear, no. Come in, come in." Kilsip closed the door softly, and gliding along in his usual velvet-footed manner, sat down in a chair near Colton's. Placing his hat on the ground, he looked keenly at the barrister. "Well, Kilsip, and what have you come to see me about?" "The Hansom Cab murder." The lawyer was startled out of his professional dignity. "The deuce! And have you found out who did it?" "No, but I have an idea." "And to whom does your suspicion point?" Kilsip looked round cautiously as if to make sure they were alone, and then said in a stage whisper, "Roger Morland." "The young man that gave evidence as to how White got drunk?" Kilsip nodded. "Well, how do you connect him with the murder?" "Do you remember the evidence given by the cabmen Royston and Rankin? They both swore that the man who got into the cab with White wore a diamond ring on the forefinger of the right hand." "Well, what of that? Nearly every second man in Melbourne wears a diamond ring." "But not on the forefinger of the right hand." "Ah. And Morland wears a ring in that way?" "Yes." The lawyer was unimpressed. "Merely a coincidence. Is that all your proof?" "All I can obtain at present." "It's very weak. The weakest proofs may form a chain to hang a man." Colton rose and paced the room. "But why should Morland murder White? What motive had he?" "That document. Tch, that was just an idea of Gorby's. How do you know there was any document?" The fact is, Colton did not intend Kilsip to know that White really had carried a document until he heard what Fitzgerald had to tell him. When Kilsip did not answer, Colton resumed his walk. "How do you know about Morland's ring?" "The fact is, Morland is employed as a barman in the Kangaroo Hotel." "A barman? And he came out here as a gentleman of independent fortune. Hang it, man, that in itself proves that he had no motive to murder White. Morland pretty well lived off White. So what could have induced him to kill his golden goose and become a barman? The idea is absurd." "Well, you may be right. I don't pretend to be infallible. But at all events, when I saw Morland in the bar, he wore a silver ring on the forefinger of his right hand." "Silver isn't a diamond." "No, but it shows that that was the finger he was accustomed to wear his ring on. When I saw that, I determined to search his room. I managed to do so while he was out, and found—" "A mare's nest?" "Nothing." "And so your castle of cards falls to the ground. Your idea is absurd. Morland no more committed the murder than I did. Why, he was too drunk on that night to do anything." "I'm sure that Morland was not drunk on that night. He only said so to escape awkward questions as to his movements. Depend upon it, he knows more than he lets out." "Well, how do you intend to set about the matter?" "I shall start looking for the coat first." "Ah, you think he has hidden it?" "I am sure of it. My theory is this. When Morland got out of that cab at Powlett Street, he turned to the left down George Street and walked back to town through the Fitzroy Gardens. There, knowing that the coat was noticeable, he threw it away, or rather hid it. I intend to look for the coat in the Fitzroy Gardens." "Tch, a wild goose chase." "Possibly." And he rose to go. "And when shall I see you again?" asked Colton. "Oh, tonight." Kilsip paused at the door. "I had nearly forgotten. Mother Guttersnipe wants to see you. I'm to take you to her." "Why? What's up?" "She wants to tell you some secret." "She does? Why, I wonder?" "Because she's dying." That evening at 8 o'clock, Kilsip called at the lawyer's office in order to guide him through the squalid labyrinths of the slums. In a short time they found themselves in Little Burke Street, and after traversing a few dark and narrow lanes, by this time they were more or less familiar to Colton, they stood before Mother Guttersnipe's den. They climbed the rickety stairs, which groaned and creaked beneath their weight, and found the old woman lying on the bed in the corner. The elfish, black-haired child called Liza was playing cards with a slatternly-looking girl at a deal table by the faint light of a tallow candle. They both sprang to their feet as the strangers entered, and the elfish child pushed a broken chair in a sullen manner towards Mr. Colton, while the other girl shuffled into a far corner of the room and crouched down there like a dog. The noise of their entry awoke the hag from an uneasy slumber. She presented such a gruesome spectacle that involuntarily Colton recoiled. Her white hair was unbound and hung in tangled masses over her shoulders in snowy profusion. Her face, parched and wrinkled, with the hooked nose and beady black eyes like those of a mouse, was poked forward, and her skinny arms, bare to the shoulder, were waving wildly about as she grasped at the bedclothes with her claw-like hands. The square bottle and the broken cup lay beside her, and filling herself a dram, she lapped it up greedily. The irritant brought on a paroxysm of coughing, which lasted until the elfish child shook her well and took the cup from her. "Grady old beast," muttered this amiable infant, peering into the cup. "You drink the Yarra River dry." Kilsip stepped forward. None of this. Taking Liza by one thin shoulder, he pushed her over to where the other girl was crouching. "Stop there till I tell you to move." Meanwhile, Colton was addressing himself to the old woman in the corner. "You wanted to see me?" He spoke gently, for notwithstanding his repugnance to her, she was, after all, a woman, and dying. "Yes, cuss ya." "You ain't a parson?" "No, I am a lawyer." "I ain't a-going to have the cussy parsons a-prowling round here. I ain't a-going to die yet, cussy. I've got to get well and strong, and have a good time of it." "I'm afraid you won't recover. You had better let me send for a doctor." "No, I shan't," retorted the hag, aiming a blow at him with all her feeble strength. "I ain't a-going to have my insides spoiled with salts and senna. I don't want neither parsons nor doctors, I don't." "Very well. What is it you wanted to see me about?" "Don't be in such a hurry. Oh, I'm blamed if I tell you anything, so help me." She was evidently growing very weak, so Colton turned to Kilsip and told him in a whisper to get a doctor. The detective scribbled a note on some paper, and giving it to Liza, ordered her to take it. At this the other girl arose, and putting her arm in that of the child's, they left together. "Them two young hussies gone. Right you are. For I don't want what I've got to tell to get into the newspaper, I don't." "And what is it?" asked Colton, bending forward. The old woman took another drink of gin, and it seemed to put life into her. "You've been here afore." She pointed one skinny finger at Colton. "You wanted to find out all about her as died, but you didn't. She wouldn't let me tell, for she was always a proud jade, a-francing round while her poor mother was a-starving." "Her mother? But you were Rosanna Moore's mother?" "May I die if I ain't." She peered again at the lawyer. "You weren't about town in the old days, or you'd have been after her yourself, cussy." "After Rosanna? Her wery girl. She were on the stage, she were, and my eye was swell she were, with all the coves a-dying for her, and she dancing over their black hearts, cuss 'em. But she was always good to me till he came." "Till who came?" "He." The old woman raised herself on her skinny arms, her eyes sparkling with vindictive fury. "He, a-coming round with his diamonds and his gold, and ruining my poor girl. How he's held his blooming head up all these years as if he were a saint, I dunno. Cuss him. Cuss him." "Whom does she mean?" whispered Colton to Kilsip. "Mean?" Mother Guttersnight's sharp ears had caught the muttered question. "Why, Mark Fettlby." "Good God!" Colton rose up in his astonishment, and even Kilsip's inscrutable countenance displayed some surprise. "Oh, they were a swell in them days. and he comes a philandering round my girl, cousin, and ruins her, and leaves her and the child to starve. There was a child. What was her name? Pshaw. As if you didn't know my granddaughter, Sal. Sal Rawlins is Mark Frettlby's daughter. Yes, and as pretty a girl as the other one, her half-sister, even if she did happen to be born on the wrong side of the edge. Exhausted by the effort she had made, the old woman sank back in her bed while Colton sat dazed, thinking over the astounding revelation that had just been made. That Rosanna Moore should turn out to be Mark Frettlby's mistress he hardly wondered at. After all, the millionaire was but a man, and in his young days had been no better and no worse than the rest of his friends. Colton did not think any the worse of Frettlby for his youthful follies, but what did surprise him was that Frettlby should be so heartless as to leave his child to the tender mercies of an old hag like Mother Guttersnap. It was so entirely different from what he knew of the man that he was inclined to think the old woman was playing him a trick. Then he was struck by a sudden thought. Did Mr. Frettlby know Sal was his child? Not he. He thought she was sick, he did, after Rosanna getting a go-by. And why did you not tell him? 'Cause I wanted to break his heart, if he had any. Sal was a-going wrong as fast as she could. If she'd gone and brought him to prison, they'd not have gone to him and said, "Look at your daughter. I've ruined her as you did mine." Carlton was revolted at the malignity of the scheme. "You wicked woman. You sacrificed an innocent girl for this. None of your preaching. I ain't been brought up for a saint, I ain't." Suddenly she laid her hand on the pillow. "He paid me well to hold me tongue about my daughter." "Mark Frettlby gave you money?" "To guard his precious high and mighty name, cousin. I've got it here. All gold, good gold. And ma him cuss me." Colton rose. He felt quite sick at this exhibition of human depravity and longed to be away. As he was putting on his hat, however, the two girls entered with the doctor. The man nodded to Kilsip, cast a sharp, scrutinizing glance at Colton, and then walked over to the bed. Mother Guttersnipe opened her eyes. "Who's you?" "Yep." But then she seemed to grasp the situation again, and she started up with a yell which made the hearers shudder. "My money." She clasped the pillow in her skinny arms. "It's all mine. You shan't have it, Cathy." The doctor arose from his knees and shrugged his shoulders. "Not worthwhile doing anything. She'll be dead soon." The old woman, mumbling over her pillow, caught the word and burst into tears. "Dead? Dead? No, I'd think to die, Casper. Save me, save me. I don't know where I'd go, just help me. Save me." And she clawed at the doctor's sleeves. The doctor tried to remove her hands, but she held on with wonderful tenacity. "It is impossible," he said. "I'll give you money to save me. Good money, all mine, all mine. See, here, sovereigns." And tearing her pillow open, she took out a canvas bag, and from it poured a gleaming stream of gold. Gold, gold. It rolled all over the bed, over the floor, away into the dark corners, yet no one touched it. So enchained were they by the horrible spectacle of the dying woman clinging to life. She clutched some of the shining pieces and held them up to the three men as they stood silently beside the bed, but her hands so trembled that sovereigns kept falling from them onto the floor with metallic clinks. "All mine. All mine. Give me my life. Gold, money, Gussie. I sold my soul for it. Save me. Give me my life." With trembling hands she tried to force the gold on them. They said no word, but stood silently looking at her, while the two girls in the corner clung together and trembled with fear. "Don't look at me. Don't." She fell down again amid the shining gold. "You want me to die? I shan't. I shan't. Give me my gold." Toying at the scattered sovereigns. "I'll take it with me. I shan't die. God, don't. I ain't done nothing. Let me leave. Did you hear me about saying me go, Cassie? Go, go. She fell back on the bed, a corpse. The faint light of the candle flickered on the shining gold and on the dead face framed in tangled white hair. While the three men, sick at heart, turned away in silence. It was now more than 3 months since the murder, and the 9 days' wonder was a thing of the past. The tragic fate of Oliver White was quite forgotten. After the trial, everyone, including the detective office, had given up the matter and mentally relegated it to the list of undiscovered crimes. In spite of the utmost vigilance, nothing new had been discovered, and it seemed likely that the assassin would remain a free man. There were only 2 people in Melbourne who still held the contrary opinion, and they were the lawyer Colton and the detective Kilsip. Both these men had sworn to discover this unknown murderer who struck his cowardly blow in the dark, and though there seemed no possible chance of success, yet they worked on. Kilsip suspected Roger Morland, the boon companion of the dead man who had testified so damagingly against Brian Fitzgerald at his trial. But Kilsip's suspicions were vague and uncertain, and there seemed little hope of verifying them. The barrister did not as yet suspect any particular person, but he thought that when Fitzgerald told him the secret which Rosanna Moore had confided to his keeping, the real murderer would soon be discovered. Brian had been back in Melbourne almost a week, but though he had fully determined to do so, he had not yet been to Colton to tell all. He felt keenly his recent position in the prisoner's dock, and would see no one, nor would he mix with his former friends, so great was his dread of being stared at. Now, as he was sitting in his room smoking, his landlady entered with a telegram. Brian tore open the envelope and found the message was from Madge, to say that they had returned from the country and to ask him to dine with them that evening. Brian folded up the telegram, then rising from his seat, he walked moodily up and down the room with his hands in his pockets. "So he is here," said the young man aloud, "and I shall have to meet him and shake hands with him, knowing all the time what he is. If it were not for Madge, I'd leave this place at once, but after the way she stood by me in my trouble, I should be a coward if I did so." Brian sent a reply to Madge, saying that he would come that evening, but not to dinner. The garden looked charming in the moonlight, with the black, dense cypress trees standing up against the sky, and the great fountain splashing cool and silvery. There was a heavily foliaged oak by the gate, and Madge strolled down the path and stood under it in the shadow, listening to the whisper and rustle of its leaves. Then she heard the iron gate open and shut with a clash, and springing to her feet, saw someone coming up the path in a light coat and soft hat. "Oh, it's you at last, Brian. Why did you not come before?" "Not being Brian, I can't say," answered her father's voice. Madge burst out laughing. "What an absurd mistake! I thought you were Brian." "Indeed?" "Yes. In that hat and coat I couldn't tell the difference in the moonlight." "Nonsense, child. You're fanciful." And turning on his heel, he walked rapidly towards the house, leaving Madge staring after him in astonishment, as well she might, for her father had never spoken to her so roughly before. Wondering at the cause of his sudden anger, she stood spellbound until there came a step behind her and a soft, low whistle. She turned with a scream and saw Brian smiling at her. "Oh, it's you," she cried with a pout as he caught her in his arms and kissed her. "Only me," said Brian ungrammatically. "Disappointing, isn't it?" "Oh, fearfully." Arm in arm they walked towards the house. "Do you know, I made such a curious mistake just now. I thought Papa was you. He had on a light coat and a soft hat, just like you wear sometimes, and as you're both the same height, I took you for one another." Brian did not answer, but there was a cold feeling at his heart. They went into the drawing-room and found that Mr. Frettlby had gone up to his study and did not want to be disturbed. Madge sat down to the piano, but before she struck a note, Brian took both her hands prisoners. "Madge, What did your father say when you made that mistake?"
"He was very angry, quite cross. I'm sure I don't know why."
Brian sighed as he released her hands and was about to reply when the visitor's bell sounded. They heard the servant answer it, and then someone was taken upstairs to Mr. Frettleby's study. When the footman came in to light the gas, Madge asked who it was that had come to the door.
"I don't know, miss."
"But I thought that Papa said he was not to be disturbed."
"Yes, miss, but the gentleman had an appointment with him."
"Poor Papa. He has always got such a lot to do." Left to themselves, Madge began playing Waldteufel's latest waltz, a dreamy, haunting melody with a touch of sadness in it. Brian, lying lazily on the sofa, listened. Suddenly Madge stopped playing as she heard a loud cry, evidently proceeding from her father's study. Recollecting Dr. Chinston's warning about his health, she ran out of the room and upstairs, leaving Brian rather puzzled by her unceremonious departure, for though he had heard the cry, yet he did not attach much importance to it. Madge knocked at the study door, and then she tried to open it, but it was locked. "Who's there?" asked her father from inside.
"Only me, Papa. I thought you were—"
No, I'm all right. Go downstairs. I'll join you shortly." Madge went back down, only half satisfied with the explanation. She found Brian waiting at the foot of the staircase with rather an anxious face.
"What's the matter?"
"Papa says nothing, but I'm sure he must have been startled, or he would not have cried out like that." She told him what Dr. Chinston had said about the state of her father's heart, a recital which shocked Brian greatly. They did not return to the drawing-room, but went out on the veranda, where, after wrapping a cloak around Madge, Fitzgerald lit a cigarette. They sat down at the far end, somewhat in the shadow, and could see the hall door wide open and a warm flood of mellow light pouring therefrom. After about a quarter of an hour, Madge's alarm about her father having somewhat subsided, they were chatting on indifferent subjects, when a man came out of the hall door and paused for a moment on the steps of the veranda. He was dressed in rather a fashionable suit of clothes, but in spite of the heat of the night he had a thick white silk scarf round his throat. He turned to look back at the house, not seeing the lovers. "That's rather a cool individual," said Brian, removing his cigarette from between his lips. "I wonder what— Good God! Roger Morland." There was not much sleep for Brian that night. He left Madge almost immediately and went home, but he did not go to bed. He felt too anxious and ill at ease to sleep, and passed the greater part of the night walking up and down his room, wondering what could be the meaning of Roger Morland's visit to Mark Frettleby. The man had no acquaintance with the millionaire, and yet he called by appointment. It is true he might have been in poverty, and Frettleby being well known as an extremely generous man, Morland might have called on him for money. And then the cry which Frettleby had given proved that he had been startled. That Morland had made some startling revelation was certain, and Fitzgerald felt sure that it was in connection with the Hansom Cab murder case. He wearied himself with conjectures about the matter, and towards daybreak threw himself, dressed as he was, on the bed, and slept fitfully till 12 o'clock the next day. He took his bath, and after dressing himself went into his sitting-room, where he had a cup of tea, which much refreshed him. His landlady, Mrs. Sampson, came crackling merrily upstairs with a letter, which proved to be from Madge. "I cannot understand what is the matter with Papa. Ever since that man Morland left last night, he has shut himself up in his study, and is writing there hour after hour. I went up this morning, but he would not let me in. He did not come to breakfast, and I'm getting seriously alarmed. Come down tomorrow and see me, for I'm anxious about his state of health, and I'm sure that Morland told him something which has upset him." Writing, thought Brian as he put the letter in his pocket. What about, I wonder? Perhaps he's thinking of committing suicide. If so, I for one will not stop him. It would be acting for the best under the circumstances. Brian felt ill and weary, the want of sleep and the mental worry telling on him terribly, and he looked 10 years older than he did before the murder of White. It is trouble which draws lines on the smooth forehead and furrows round the mouth.
If a man has any mental worry, his life becomes a positive agony to him. Mental tortures are quite as bad as physical ones, if not worse. The last thing before dropping off to sleep is the thought of trouble, and with the first faint light of dawn, it returns and hammers all day at the weary brain. But while a man can sleep, life is rendered at least endurable, and of all the blessings which Providence has bestowed, there is none so precious as that same sleep. Brian felt the need of rest, so sending a telegram to Colton to call on him in the morning, and another to Madge that he would be down to luncheon on the morrow, he stayed indoors all day and amused himself with smoking and reading. He went to bed early and succeeded in having a sound sleep, so when he awoke next morning he felt considerably refreshed and invigorated. He was having his breakfast at 8:30 when he heard the sound of wheels and immediately afterwards a ring at the bell. He went to the window and saw Colton's trap was at the door. The owner was shortly afterwards shown into the room. "Well, you are a nice fellow," cried the lawyer after greetings were over. "Here I've been, waiting for you with all the patience of Job, thinking you were still up country." Brian laughed at his indignation. "Will you have some breakfast?" "What have you got?" Colton looked over the table. "Ham and eggs. Your landlady's culinary ideas are very limited." "Most landladies' ideas are. Unless heaven invents some new animal, lodgers will go on getting beef and mutton, alternated with hash, until the end of the world. When one is in Rome, one mustn't speak ill of the Pope. Do you think your landlady could supply me with brandy and soda?" "I think so." Fitzgerald rose and rang the bell. "But isn't it rather early for that sort of thing?" "There's a proverb about glass houses which applies to you in this particular instance." Whereupon Fitzgerald laughed, and Colton, having been supplied with what he required, prepared to talk business. The lawyer leaned back in his chair. "I need hardly tell you how anxious I am to hear what you've got to say, but I may as well inform you that I believe I know half your secret already." "Indeed. In that case I need not—" "Yes, you need. I told you I only know half." "Which half?" Rather difficult to answer. However, I'll tell you what I know, and you can supply all deficiencies. Wait." He arose and closed the door carefully, then resumed his seat. "Mother Guttersnipe died the other night. She's dead, as a doornail. And a horrible deathbed it was. Her screams ring in my ears yet. But before she died, she sent for me and said—" "What?" "That she was the mother of Rosanna Moore." "Yes." "And that Sal Rawlins was Rosanna's child." "And the father?" "Was Mark Frettlby." "Ah." The lawyer leaned forward expectantly. "That is all I know. And now, what have you to tell me?" "Nothing." "Nothing? Ah, then this is what Rosanna Moore told you when she died?" "Yes." "Then why have you made such a mystery about it?" "You ask that?" Fitzgerald looked up in surprise. "If I had told it, don't you see what difference it would have made to Madge?" "I'm sure I don't." "I suppose you mean Frettlby's connection with Rosanna Moore. Well, of course, it was not a very creditable thing for her to have been Frettlby's mistress, but still—" "His mistress? Then you don't know all." "What do you mean? Was she not his mistress?" "No. His wife." Colton sprang to his feet. "His wife?" Fitzgerald nodded. "Why? Mother Guttersnipe did not know this. She thought Rosanna was Frettlby's mistress. They kept the marriage secret, and as Rosanna ran away with someone else shortly afterwards, Frettlby never revealed it." "I understand now. For if Mark Frettlby was lawfully married to Rosanna Moore, then Madge is illegitimate." "Yes, and she now occupies the place which Sal Rawlins, or rather Sal Frettlby, ought to hold." Colton's face grew a little sad. "Poor girl. But all this does not explain the mystery of White's murder." When Rosanna and White left England and returned to Australia, It was for the purpose of extorting money from Frettlby. When they arrived in Melbourne, Rosanna let White do all the business and kept herself quiet. She gave her marriage certificate to White, and he had it on him the night he was murdered.
So that was the mysterious and precious paper which White carried about with him.
It was.
Then Gorby was right. The man to whom that document was valuable did murder White.
Can you doubt it? And that man was...
Not Mark Frettlby. Surely not Mark Frettlby.
Brian nodded soberly.
Yes, Mark Frettlby. There was a silence for a few moments, Colton being too much startled by the revelation to say anything. He saw that certificate as the only proof of Rosanna's story. Without it, she and White would be powerless, and his secret safe.
When did you discover this?
At the time you first came to see me in prison. When you said that White was murdered for the sake of a certain document. I knew full well what it was, and to whom it was of value, and I guessed immediately that Mark Frettlby had killed White in order to obtain it.
The barrister sighed.
There can be no doubt of it. So this is the reason Frettlby wanted Madge to marry White. Her hand was to be the price of his silence. When he withdrew his consent, White must have threatened him with exposure. Frettlby followed him up to town, got into the cab with him, and after killing him with chloroform, took the marriage certificate from his secret pocket and escaped. Brian rose to his feet and walked rapidly up and down the room. Now you can understand what a hell my life has been for the last few months. I had to sit with him, eat with him, and drink with him, with the knowledge that he was a murderer. And Madge, his daughter. Just then a knock came to his door, and Mrs. Sampson entered with a telegram which she handed to Brian. He tore it open as she withdrew, and glancing over it gave a cry of horror and let it flutter to his feet. Colton turned rapidly on hearing his cry, and seeing him fall into a chair with a white face, snatched up the telegram and read it. When he did so, his face grew as pale and startled as Fitzgerald's. Lifting his hand, the barrister said solemnly, "It is the judgment of God." Every action, good or bad, which we do, has its corresponding reward. Mark Frettlby found it so, for the sins of his youth were now being punished in his old age. That relentless deity Nemesis had been an unseen spectator of all his thoughtless actions, and now she came to demand her just dues. Frettlby was thunderstruck when White arrived from England with the information that his first wife still lived and that the daughter of his second was illegitimate. Sooner than risk exposure, Frettlby agreed to anything. But White's demands became too exorbitant, and he refused to comply with them. On White's death he again breathed freely, when suddenly a second possessor of his fatal secret started up in the person of Roger Morland. Frettlby foresaw that the friend of the murdered man would be his master, and his life would be one long misery, while after his death Morland would probably publish the whole ghastly story and defame the memory of the widely respected millionaire. What is it that Shakespeare says? Good name in man or woman is the immediate jewel of their souls. After all these years of spotless living, was he to be dragged down to the depths of infamy and degradation by a man like Morland? Already, in fancy, he heard the jeering cries of his fellow men, and saw the finger of scorn point at him, he, the great Mark Frettlby, famous throughout Australia for his honesty, integrity, and generosity. No, it could not be. And yet this would surely happen, unless he took means to prevent it. The day after he had seen Morland, and knew that his secret was no longer safe, since it was in the power of a man who might reveal it at any moment in a drunken fit or out of sheer maliciousness, Frettlby sat at his desk writing. There seemed to be only one way open to him. He would write a confession of everything from the time he had first met Rosanna, and then death. His secret would then be safe. Safe? No, it could not be safe while Morland lived. When he was dead, Morland would see Madge and embitter her life with the story of her father's sins. He must live to protect her, and drag his weary chain of bitter remembrance through life.
But still he would write out his confession, and after his death, whenever it may happen, it might help at least to secure some pity for a man who had been hardly dealt with by fate. His resolution taken, Frettlby put it into force at once, and sat all day at his desk, filling page after page with the history of his past life, which was so bitter to him. It was quite dark when he had finished, and while sitting in the twilight looking dreamily at the sheets scattered all over his desk, he heard a knock at the door and his daughter's voice asking if he was coming to dinner. All day long he had closed his door against everyone, but now, his task being ended, he collected all the closely written sheets together, placed them in a drawer of his escritoire, which he locked, and then opened the door. Madge entered rapidly and embraced him. "Dear Papa, what have you been doing all day in here by yourself?" He gently removed her loving arms from round his neck. "Writing." "Why? I thought you were ill." "No, dear, not ill, but worried." "I knew that dreadful man who came last night had told you something to worry you. Who is he?" "Oh, a friend of mine." "What? Roger Morland?" Her father started. "How do you know it was Roger Morland?" "Brian recognized him as he went out." Mark Frettlby hesitated for a few moments, and then busied himself with the papers on his desk. "You are right. It was Roger Morland. He is very hard up, and as he was a friend of poor White's, he asked me to assist him, which I did." He hated to hear himself telling such a deliberate falsehood, but there was no help for it. Madge must never know the truth so long as he could conceal it. "Just like you," said Madge, kissing him lightly with filial pride. "The best and kindest of men." He shivered slightly as he felt her caress, and thought how she would recoil from him did she know all. "Now go down to dinner, my dear," he said, leading her to the door. "I will follow soon." That night he was singularly brilliant at the dinner table. Generally a very reticent and grave man, on this night he laughed and talked so gaily that the very servants noticed the change. The fact was, he felt a sense of relief at having unburdened his mind, and felt as though by writing out that confession he had laid the spectre which had haunted him for so long. His daughter was delighted at the change in his spirits, but the old Scotch nurse, who had been in the house since Madge was a baby, shook her head. "He's fey. He's no lang for the world." Mr. Frettlby went to bed early that night. The excitement of the last few days, and the feverish gaiety in which he had lately indulged, proving too strong for him. No sooner had he laid his head on his pillow than he dropped off to sleep at once, and forgot in placid slumber the troubles and worries of his waking hours. It was only 9 o'clock, so Madge stayed by herself in the great drawing-room and read a new novel which was then creating a sensation, called Sweet Violet Eyes. It belied its reputation, however, for it was very soon thrown on the table with a look of disgust, and rising from her seat, Madge walked up and down the room, wishing that some good fairy would hint to Brian that he was wanted. If man is a gregarious animal, how much more, then, is a woman? Miss Frettlby began to long for someone to talk to, and ringing the bell, ordered Sal to be sent in. The two girls had become great friends, and Madge, though by 2 years the younger, had assumed the role of mentor. Under her guidance, Sal was rapidly improving. It was a strange irony of fate which brought together these two children of the same father, each with such different histories. The one reared in luxury and affluence, never having known want. The other dragged up in the gutter, all unsexed and besmirched by the life she had led. It was the last thing in the world Mark Frettlby would have thought of seeing, his and Rosanna Moore's child, whom he believed as dead as he once had her mother, under the same roof as his daughter Madge. The room was almost in darkness, only one lamp being lighted. Near this one circle of soft light sat Madge and Sal, talking gaily, and away on the left-hand side they could see the open door and a warm flood of light pouring in from the hall. They had been talking together for some time, when Sal's quick ear caught a footfall on the soft carpet. Turning rapidly, She saw a tall figure advancing down the room. Madge saw it too, and started up in surprise on recognizing her father. He was clothed in his dressing gown and carried an envelope in his hand.
"Why, Papa?"
Sal grasped her arms. "Hush! He's asleep." And so he was. In accordance with the dictates of the excited brain, the weary body had risen from the bed and wandered about the house. The two girls, drawing back into the shadow, watched him with bated breath as he came slowly down the room. In a few moments he was within the circle of light, and moving noiselessly along, he laid the envelope he carried on the table. It was a large blue envelope, much worn, with writing in red ink on it, and Sal recognized it at once as the one she had seen in the possession of the dead woman. Frettlby opened the envelope and took therefrom a yellow, frayed piece of paper, which he spread out on the table. Madge bent forward to see it, but Sal, with a sudden terror, drew her back.
"For God's sake, miss, no!"
But it was too late. Madge had caught sight of the words on the paper. Marriage, Rosanna Moore, Mark Frettlby, and the whole awful truth flashed upon her. This was the document Rosanna Moore had handed to White. White had been murdered by the man to whom it was of great value.
"Oh, my father!"
She staggered blindly forward, and then with one piercing shriek fell to the ground. In doing so, she struck against her father, who was still standing beside the table. Awakened suddenly, with that wild scream in his ears, he opened his eyes wide, put out feeble hands as if to keep something back, and with a strangled cry, fell dead on the floor beside his daughter. As soon as Brian Fitzgerald received the telegram which announced the death of Mark Frettlby, he went down to St. Kilda with Colton. On arrival, they found the whole house perfectly quiet and orderly, owing to the excellent management of Sal Rawlins. "She's a clever girl, Nat," whispered the lawyer to Fitzgerald. "Curious thing she should have taken up her proper position in her father's house. Fate is a deal cleverer than we mortals think her." Brian was about to reply when Dr. Chinston entered the room. His face was grave. "Miss Frettlby is very ill. She has an attack of brain fever. I can't answer for the consequences yet." Brian sat down on the sofa and stared at the doctor in a dazed sort of way, his heart being too full to speak. "How did Frettlby die?" asked Colton. "This young woman will tell you all about it." Chinston nodded towards Sal, who entered the room at this moment. "I must go." He shook hands with Colton and Fitzgerald. "Keep up your heart, my boy. I'll pull her through yet." After the doctor had departed, Colton turned to Sal Rawlins. "Well, can you tell us what happened?" "I can, sir. But we had better go up to the study." "Why?" "Because, sir, I don't want anyone but yourselves to hear what I'm going to say." They entered the study, and Colton took his seat at the desk. Sal locked the door. "Mr. Frettlby went to bed early last night. Miss Madge and I were talking together in the drawing-room when he entered, walking in his sleep and carrying an envelope." Both Colton and Fitzgerald started, and the latter grew pale. "He opened it and spread out a paper on the table. Miss Madge bent forward to see what it was. I tried to stop her, but it was too late. She gave a scream and fell on the floor. In doing so, she happened to touch her father. He awoke and fell down dead." "And the paper?" Sal did not answer, but producing it from her pocket, laid it in his hands. Brian bent forward, and both men gave vent to an exclamation of horror. The lawyer eyed Sal keenly. "You know what this is?" "I could hardly help knowing. It proves that Rosanna Moore was Mr. Frettlby's wife." For a moment no one spoke. "You needn't think I'm going to tell. I know what you know, but I'll be as silent as a grave." Brian fervently took her hand. "Thank you. It would be a nice end around on Miss Madge after her lifting me out of the gutter, a poor girl like me, without a friend or a relative, now Gran's dead." Colton looked up quickly. It was plain that Sal was quite ignorant that Rosanna Moore was her mother. So much the better. "I'm going to Miss Madge now. I'll not let anyone in but myself." And so saying, she left the room. Suddenly Colton exclaimed in surprise, and turning hastily, Brian saw him holding a thick roll of papers which he had taken out of the desk drawer. "Look here, Fitzgerald. Here is Frettleby's confession." Brian sprang forward. So at last the Hansom Cab mystery was to be cleared up. These sheets, no doubt, contained the whole narration of the crime and how it was committed. "We will read it, of course." But he was half hoping that Colton would propose to destroy it at once. "The 3 executors of Frettleby's will must read it." "Who are they?" "Myself, yourself, and Dr. Chinston. We shall read it, and then we shall burn it." "Good. Frettleby is dead, and the law can do nothing in the matter, so it would be best to avoid the scandal of publicity. But why tell Chinston? He will be sure to gather some of the truth from Madge's fevered ravings, and he may as well know everything. He is quite safe and will be silent. But I am more sorry to tell Kilsip." "The detective? Good God, Colton, surely you will not do so." "I must. Kilsip is firmly persuaded that Roger Morland committed the crime, and I have the same dread of his pertinacity as you had of mine. He may find out all. I will telegraph to him and the doctor to come up to my office this afternoon at 3 o'clock, and then we will settle the whole matter." Dr. Chinston had received Colton's telegram, and was considerably astonished thereat. He was still more so when, on arriving at the office at the time appointed, he found Colton and Fitzgerald were not alone, but a third man whom he had never seen was with them. The latter Colton introduced to him as Mr. Kilsip of the detective office, a fact which made the worthy doctor uneasy, as he could in no wise divine the meaning of it. Colton looked at him. "Doctor, do you remember the Hansom Cab murder which caused such a sensation some months ago?" "Yes, I do." "Well, the fact is, Mr. Frettleby was implicated in the affair." "What do you mean? How was he implicated?" The lawyer turned to Kilsip. "Your hunt after Roger Morland is a wild goose chase, for the murderer of Oliver White is discovered. This is his confession, and his name is Mark Frettleby." The doctor pushed back his chair furiously and arose to his feet. "This is monstrous. I won't sit still and hear this accusation against my dead friend." Kilsip smiled and dragged a bundle from under his chair. "If you are right, what about this?" And he held up a light coat very much soiled and weather-worn. "Whose is that?" asked Colton, startled. "Not White's?" "Yes, White's. I found it in the Fitzroy Gardens. It was hidden up in a fir tree." He took a small bottle out of the pocket of the coat and held it up. "I also found this." "Chloroform!" cried everyone, guessing at once that it was the missing bottle. "Exactly. This was the bottle which contained the poison. The name of the chemist being on the label, I went to him and found out who bought it. Now, who do you think that was?" "Frettleby," said Colton decidedly. "No, Morland," burst out Chinston. "Neither. The man who purchased this was Oliver White himself." "He bought it himself?" "Yes, on the very day he was murdered. The chemist had recorded the sale in his poisons book." "And what did he buy it for?" "That's more than I can tell you. It's down in the book as being bought for medicinal uses, which may mean anything." "The law requires a witness," observed Colton. "Who was the witness?" Again Kilsip smiled triumphantly. "Roger Morland." "This is a lot of nonsense. There's nothing against Morland to implicate him. If he killed White, what made him go and see Frettleby?" "What's the good of all this conjecturing?" said Chinston, now thoroughly tired of the discussion. "Read the confession and we'll soon know the truth, without all this talk." Colton assented, and all having settled themselves to listen, He began to read what the dead man had written. What I am now about to write is set forth by me so that the true circumstances connected with the Hansom Cab tragedy may be known. In order to account for the murder of Oliver White, I must go back to the beginning of my time in this country and show how the series of events began which culminated in the committal of the crime. There then followed a long and detailed account of Mark Frettleby's early life, first as a clerk in London, then as a determined young man in the rising colony of Melbourne, where he steadily grew both in riches and reputation. He wrote of his love of the great open country, and equally of the wild, gregarious bohemian life of the town. At length, Colton found himself reading of events and names well known to his listeners. It was at one of those charming suppers, at which wit and humour reigned supreme, that I first met the burlesque actress Rosanna Moore. There was a brilliancy and fascination about her which few could resist, and I ended by falling desperately in love with her. I determined to make her my wife. It was on condition, however, that the marriage should be kept secret until such time as I should choose to reveal it. My father was still alive, and he being a rigid Presbyterian and old and feeble, I feared that the shock would be too much for him. As I was rich, young, and not bad-looking, Rosanna consented. She never told her mother she had married me. Why, I do not know, as I laid no restriction on her doing so. The mother made a great noise when her daughter moved away from their home together, but I gave Rosanna a large sum of money for her, and this the old harridan accepted. Rosanna went with me to my sheep station, but eventually grew weary of the quiet country life, and longed to return to the glitter and glare of the footlights. A child was born, and for a time she was engrossed with it, but soon wearied of the new plaything and pressed me to allow her to go back to the stage. This I refused to do, and we became estranged from one another. There was a great friend of mine who owned the next station, a fine, handsome young fellow called Frank Kelly. Thinking Rosanna was only my mistress, he began to console her, and succeeded so well that one day, on my return from a ride, I found she had fled with him and had taken the child with her. She left a letter saying that she had never really cared for me, but had married me for my money. She swore she would keep our marriage secret, and told me she was going to return to the stage in England. Disgusted with the manner in which I had been treated, I plunged into a whirl of dissipation, trying to drown the memory of my married life. I was arrested upon the brink of destruction by an angel. I say this advisedly, for if ever there was an angel upon earth, it was she who afterwards became my wife. At this second crisis of my life, fate again intervened, for I received a letter from England which informed me that Rosanna Moore had been run over in the streets of London and had died. The writer was a young doctor who had attended her. I began to look forward to the future. I married again, and my domestic life was a singularly happy one. When my dear daughter Margaret was born, I felt that my cup of happiness was full. But suddenly I received a disagreeable reminder of the past. Rosanna's mother made her appearance one day, a disreputable-looking creature smelling of gin. She had spent long ago all the money I had given her. I asked after the child, and she told me it was dead. Rosanna had not taken it to England with her, but had left it in her mother's charge, and no doubt neglect and want of proper nourishment was the cause of its death. There now seemed to be no link to bind me to the past, with the exception of the old hag, and she knew nothing about the marriage. I did not attempt to undeceive her, but agreed to allow her enough to live on if she promised never to trouble me again, and to keep quiet about everything which had reference to my connection with her daughter. As years rolled on, things prospered with me, and so fortunate was I in all speculations that my luck became proverbial. Then, alas, when all things seemed to smile upon me, my wife died, and the world has never seemed the same to me since. But I had my dear daughter to console me, and in her love and affection I became reconciled to the loss of my wife. Then, suddenly, a series of events occurred which must be fresh in the memory of those who read these pages. Mr. Oliver White, a gentleman from London, called on me and startled me with the news that my first wife, Rosanna Moore, was still living, and that the story of her death had been an ingenious fabrication in order to deceive me. White met her in London, and she became his mistress. Her popularity being on the wane, as she was now growing old and had to make way for younger actresses, White proposed that they should proceed to the colonies and extort money from me. He had come to me for that purpose. The villain told me all this in the coolest manner. I asked him his terms, which were first, a large sum of money was to be paid to Rosanna, and secondly, that he should marry my daughter. I absolutely declined to sanction the latter proposal, but as he threatened to publish the story, and that meant the proclamation to the world of my daughter's illegitimacy, I at last agreed, and he began to pay his addresses to Madge. She, however, refused to marry him, and told me she was engaged to a fine young man named Brian Fitzgerald. So, after a severe struggle with myself, I told White that I would not allow him to marry Madge. On the night he was murdered, he came to see me, and showed me the certificate of marriage between myself and Rosanna Moore. He said that unless I consented to his marriage with Madge, he would publish the whole affair. I was in despair, and saw that the only way to save myself was to obtain possession of the marriage certificate and deny everything. With this idea in my mind, I followed him up to town and saw him meet Roger Morland and drink with him. They went into the hotel in Russell Street, and when White came out at 12:30, he was quite intoxicated. I thought I would then be able to get the certificate from him, but I saw a gentleman in a light coat, I did not then know it was Fitzgerald, come up to him and hail a cab for him. I saw there was nothing more to be done at that time, so in despair I went home and waited for the next day, in fear lest White should carry out his determination and expose me. Nothing, however, turned up. I was beginning to think that White had abandoned his purpose, when I heard that he had been murdered in the Hansom Cab. I was in great fear lest the marriage certificate should be found on him, but nothing was said about it. This I could not understand at all. I knew he had it on him, and I could only conclude that the murderer, whoever he was, had taken it from the body, and would sooner or later come to me to extort money, knowing that I dare not denounce him. I was right. For 2 nights ago, Roger Morland called on me and produced the marriage certificate, which he offered to sell to me for £5,000. I accused him of murdering White, which he denied at first, but afterwards acknowledged, stating that I dare not betray him for my own sake. I was nearly mad with the horror I was placed in, either to denounce my daughter as illegitimate, or let a murderer escape the penalty of his crime. At last I agreed to keep silent, and handed Morland a cheque for £5,000, receiving in return the marriage certificate. I then made him swear to leave the colony, which he readily agreed to do, saying Melbourne was dangerous. When he left, I reflected upon the awfulness of my position, and I almost determined to commit suicide, but thank God I was saved from that crime. I write this confession in order that after my death the true story of the murder of Oliver White may be known, and that anyone who may hereafter be accused of the murder may not be wrongfully punished. I will not destroy the marriage certificate, but place it with these papers so that the truth of my story can be seen. In conclusion, I would ask forgiveness of my daughter Margaret for my sins, which have been visited on her, but she can see for herself that circumstances were too strong for me. May she forgive me, as I hope God in his infinite mercy will, and may she come sometimes and pray over my grave, nor think too hardly upon her dead father. Colton laid the manuscript down on the table amid a dead silence, which was first broken by Brian. Thank God. Thank God that he was innocent of the crime. Kilsip purred to himself in a satisfied sort of way, like a cat who has caught a mouse. You see, sir, he addressed the barrister, I was right after all. I'm going to arrest Morland right off. But he will confess everything, said Colton, and then everyone will know about Frettleby's first marriage and what it means. Get them, said Brian. As soon as Madge is well enough, we will marry at once and leave Australia forever. Arrest the murderer, and let him pay for his crime. Colton turned to the detective. You have been watching Morland? I have indeed. Then do you know if he has yet cashed that cheque for $5,000 which Frettleby gave him? He's been to his bank, but with Mr. Frettleby's death I expect the cheque has not yet been honoured. The manager no doubt told him he'd better see the executors. The lawyer broke in impatiently. But the manager doesn't know who the executors are. Then he'd have told him to go to the late Mr. Frettleby's solicitors. I suppose he knows who they are. Thinton and Tarbert. I'll tell you what. There's a chance Morland won't have seen them yet. I'll go across the way and telephone to them. In about 10 minutes, Colton rushed back in. Fate is playing into our hands. Morland called on Thinton and Tarbert, but neither of them was in, and he said he would call again before 5 o'clock. I told the clerk to bring him here to me. A very good idea, said Kilsip, rubbing his hands. And then I can arrest him. It was getting a little dusk, and the four men were greatly excited, though they concealed it under an assumed nonchalance. Kilsip was seated in his chair, humming an operatic air and chinking his handcuffs together by way of accompaniment. He felt intensely pleased with himself, the more so as he saw that by this capture he would be ranked far above his detested rival, Inspector Gorby. Then steps were heard echoing on the flags outside. Colton motioned for silence. Kilsip arose from his chair. Just as he did so, there was a knock at the door, and in response to Colton's invitation to enter, Thinton and Tarbert's clerk came in with Roger Morland. The latter faltered a little on the threshold when he saw Colton was not alone, but pulled himself together and advanced into the room in an easy and confident manner. "This is the gentleman who wants to know about the cheque, sir," said the clerk to Colton. "Oh, indeed. I'm glad to see him. You can go." The clerk bowed and went out, closing the door after him. Suddenly, Morland shrieked. "What's that?" He grew pale as he saw White's coat, all weather-stained, lying on a chair near him. "That is the rope that's going to hang you," said Kilsip, coming up behind him, "for the murder of Oliver White." Morland gasped. "Trapped, by God!" He wheeled round and sprang at the detective's throat, but the latter was too strong for him, and after a sharp struggle he succeeded in getting the handcuffs on Morland's wrists. The others stood around perfectly quiet, knowing that Kilsip required no assistance. Morland regarded them sullenly. "You can't prove anything." Colton touched the confession. "You're wrong. This is the confession of Mark Frettleby made before he died." Morland's face grew white. I see that it's all up with me. So I'm not going to lie like a coward. I've played for a big stake and lost. But I don't know that I'm sorry about it. I've had a hell upon earth since I killed White." "Then you acknowledge your guilt?" "It was White's own fault. When I met him that night, he told me the story and showed me the marriage certificate. I thought if I could only get it, I'd make a nice little pile out of Frettleby over it. So when White went on drinking, I did not. After he had gone out of the hotel, I put on the coat he had left behind and followed him." Colton regarded him. "And the cab driver took you for Mr. Fitzgerald? By wearing that coat you very nearly hanged an innocent man." Morland turned to Brian. "I swear I had no idea of murdering White when I got into the cab. I tried to get the document, but he wouldn't let me. Then I thought of the chloroform in the pocket of his coat. He went off after a few minutes. I thought he was only insensible. and it was only when I saw the newspapers that I knew he was dead." He fell down in a chair with an air of utter weariness. "No man can be stronger than destiny. I have lost, and you have won. We are the puppets of fate." Fitzgerald was calm, but it was the calmness of despair. The misfortunes of the past year seemed to have come to a climax, and he looked forward to the publication of the whole bitter story with an indifference that surprised himself. His own name and that of Madge and her dead father would be on every tongue, yet he felt perfectly callous to whatever might be said on the subject. The public curiosity, however, was destined never to be gratified, for the next day it was known that Roger Morland had hanged himself in his cell during the night, and had left no confession behind him. When Brian heard this, he breathed a heartfelt prayer of thanks for his deliverance, and went to see Colton, whom he found at his chambers in deep conversation with Chinston and Kilsip. They all came to the conclusion that as Morland was now dead, nothing could be gained by publishing the confession of Mark Frettlby, so agreed to burn it. And when Fitzgerald saw the heap of blackened paper in the fireplace, he felt a weight lifted off his heart. After several consultations with Colton, Brian at last came to the conclusion that it would be useless to reveal to Sal Rawlins the fact that she was Mark Frettlby's daughter. By the will, the money was clearly left to Madge, and such a revelation could bring Sal no pecuniary benefit, while her bringing up unfitted her for the position. So a yearly income, more than sufficient for her wants, was settled upon her, and she was allowed to remain in ignorance of her parentage. The influence of her old life, however, was very strong on her, and she devoted herself to the task of saving her fallen sisters. Knowing as she did all the intricacies of the slums, she was enabled to do an immense amount of good, and many an unhappy woman was saved from the squalor and hardship of a gutter life by the kind hand of Sal Rawlins. Madge slowly recovered from her illness. On her recovery, she learned the story of her father's early marriage, but both Colton and Fitzgerald were silent about the fact of Sal Rawlins being her half-sister, as such a revelation could do no good and would only create a scandal. Shortly afterwards, Madge married Fitzgerald, and both of them only too gladly left Australia, with all its sorrows and bitter memories. Standing with her husband on the deck of one of the P&O steamers as it ploughed the blue waters of Hobson's Bay into foam, they both watched Melbourne gradually fade from their view under the glow of the sunset. They could see the two great domes of the Exhibition and the Law Courts, and also Government House, with its tall tower rising from the midst of the green trees. In the background was a bright crimson sky, barred with masses of black clouds, and over all the great city hung a cloud of smoke like a pall. The flaring red light of the sinking sun glared angrily on the heavy waters, and the steamer seemed to be making its way through a sea of blood. Madge, clinging to her husband's arm, felt her eyes fill with tears as she saw the land of her birth receding slowly. "Goodbye. Goodbye forever." "You do not regret?" "Regret? No. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Surely our hearts have been tried in the furnace of affliction, and our love has been chastened and purified." Brian bent down and kissed her. The great steamer moved slowly out to sea, and as they stood on the deck, hand clasped in hand, with the fresh salt breeze blowing keenly in their faces, it bore them away into the placid beauty of the coming night, towards the old world and the new life.